everyone. We will start the opening ceremony at 1:30 sharp. So please get yourself ready for the conference. Thank you. Everyone, may I have your attention, please? We will start the opening ceremony in 4 minutes. So please come back to your seats in the next couple of minutes. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? We will start the opening ceremony shortly. Please be seated.
Today, we are faced with a range of global challenges. What are some of the most urgent issues that need to be addressed today?
Rising cases of socioeconomic inequalities,
enormous inequalities, economic and political,
gender inequality,
global security,
issues of war and peace,
climate change,
climate crisis,
hate speech, xenophobia.
From worsening social inequalities, to various forms of violence, to climate change, the issues that we face today are complex and interconnected. In 2015, the global community came together and proposed the Sustainable Development Goals. Education, notably global citizenship education, known as GCED, was singled out as both a goal and a means to effectively address these challenges. Given the complexity and multidimensionality of these issues, GCED needs to be unpacked and translated into practical activities and pedagogical tools, empowering educators and learners. We welcome you to the 8th International Conference on GCED on the theme of Unpacking GCED, Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment.
Welcome to the 8th International Conference on Global Citizenship Education, held on site as well as being live streamed from Seoul, the Republic of Korea. I'm Jung-min from the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding under the auspices of UNESCO. Very long name, so also known as APCEIU or APCEIU. Before proceeding with the conference, we, the organizers, would like to extend our heartfelt prayers and solidarity to all those around the world whose lives and livelihoods are threatened by war and various forms of violence. Education alone cannot bring about deep-set changes we seek, but education can and should make contribution to the building of a culture of peace. I hope this conference offers you a space of dialogue and network for our renewed commitment and actions. Now, let us begin the 8th International Conference on Global Citizenship Education, co-organized by APCEIU, the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, in partnership with UNESCO. Since its launch in 2016, this annual conference has been known to be a platform for interested educators, policymakers, and experts to share, discuss, and learn to improve their understanding and practice of global citizenship education. The theme of this year's conference is Unpacking Global Citizenship Education, Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment. Today, we are faced with a range of interconnected challenges, as you saw in the film, the video, from growing social inequalities to the normalization of violence and the impact of climate change, to name a few. Such issues have multidimensional aspects in their causes and solutions, while they are also interconnected with one another. Dealing with such complex issues, global citizenship education in itself is also a multifaceted effort. This conference suggests the participants explore and share ways to unpack global citizenship education and translate it into practice and pedagogy to promote transformative learning and to empower educators and learners. Now, let us begin the opening ceremony. First, I would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Jang Sang-yun, the Vice Minister of Education, Republic of Korea, to pronounce his opening remarks. Unfortunately, due to his duty, Mr. Jang could not be present in person today, but he sent us a video of his warm welcome. So let's meet Mr. Jang on screen.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 교육부 차관 장상윤입니다. 제8회 세계시민교육 국제회의 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 오늘 이 자리를 빛내주신 풋 시말라봉 라오스 교육체육부 장관님과 홍석인 외교부 공공외교대사님, 크리스토퍼 캐슬 유네스코 평화 지속가능발전 국장님, 그리고 참석해주신 모든 분께 감사와 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 또한 이번 행사의 준비를 위해 애써주신 유네스코 아태교육원 임현묵 원장님과 직원 여러분께도 특별히 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 대한민국은 2015년 인천 세계교육포럼을 계기로 평화와 자유, 연대 등 보편적 가치를 이해하고 공감하며 실천하는 시민을 양성하는 세계 시민 교육의 확산을 위해 노력해왔으며 이러한 노력을 국제사회와 공유하기 위해 2016년부터 매년 세계시민교육 국제회의를 개최해 오고 있습니다. 이번 8차 회의에서는 다시 풀어보는 세계시민교육, 대전환을 위한 실천을 주제로 여러 가지 변혁적 이니셔티브를 통해 세계시민교육을 다시금 바라보고 포괄적인 접근 방식을 논의할 예정입니다. 최근 기후위기로 인해 세계 여러 나라가 유례없는 자연재난을 겪고 있고 팬데믹 이후 더욱 심화된 디지털 격차는 새로운 종류의 차별을 만들어내고 있습니다. 이러한 문제들을 해결하기 위해 지속가능 발전, 디지털 리터러시 등 핵심적 가치를 중시하면서 비판적인 시각으로 사회 참여를 할 수 있는 변혁적 역량을 지원하는 세계 시민 교육의 확산이 무엇보다도 중요하다고 생각합니다. 대한민국 정부 역시 이러한 인식 아래 유네스코 아태교육원과 협력하여 지속가능 발전, 디지털 리터러시 등을 주제로 교육 자료를 개발하고 청년들과 대화의 장을 마련하는 등 대전환 시대의 세계 시민 교육이 그 역할을 다하도록 노력해 왔습니다. 이 자리에 참석해 주신 여러분 역시 세계 시민 교육의 변혁적 역할과 실행 방안에 대해 많은 관심을 가지고 계신 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이번 행사가 서로의 고민을 나누고 지혜와 경험을 공유하는 소중한 기회가 되기를 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
We thank the Honorable Mr. Jang for his warm remarks. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Hong Seok-in, the Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Public Diplomacy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Dr. Phutsimalabong, Minister of Education and Sports of Laos, Mr. Chris Castle, Director of UNESCO, Mr. Im Hyun-mook, Director of the APSEU, distinguished guests and colleagues. Good afternoon. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the 8th International Conference on Global Citizenship Education, a collaborative effort by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Education in partnership with UNESCO. My heartfelt thanks go to APSEU for orchestrating this remarkable event. It is both an honor and pleasure to convene the 8th International Conference, an annual event since 2016, and witness its evolution into a significant international forum. This year's theme, Unpacking GCED, Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment, demands our attention. It is indeed time to reflect, open, and reassemble its components in the face of multiple challenges we confront today. 11 years have already passed since the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon first introduced the concept of global citizenship. Nevertheless, we continue to see its effectiveness as it has grown into a dynamic concept that adapts to the evolving needs of our global community. Furthermore, the recent revision of the 1974 recommendation concerning education features the term global citizenship in its new title. We now live in a world beset by the interconnected challenges that demand our collective action. These challenges span from social and economic disparities to the normalization of violence and the looming climate change. We stand at a crossroads, facing an existential choice between continuing on an unsustainable path or the radically changing course. I firmly believe that GCED will play a fundamental and pivotal role in these turbulent times. It will empower individuals and communities to navigate the complexities of our interconnected world with a heightened sense of responsibility and critical engagement. Today's conference marks the beginning of another collective journey, an exploration of how GCED can magnify its impact. As a host country strongly committed to the advancement of GCED and whose rapid development was driven by inclusive education, the Republic of Korea is honored to lead this journey. We will delve into these multidimensional issues with particular emphasis on addressing violence and the climate crisis. We will explore how GCED can foster transformative learning and critical empowerment as responses to these pressing global concerns. Today, we will chart a course toward a brighter and more sustainable future for all. Let us embark on this journey together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your inspiring remarks. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Christopher Castle, Director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development, UNESCO. He will give his congratulatory remarks on behalf of UNESCO. Please welcome Mr. Christopher Castle.
Thank you very much. Ministers, Excellencies, on behalf of UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Education, Stefania Giannini, it's my great pleasure to be here to represent her and to congratulate first and thank the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, or APSEU as we call it, and the government of the Republic of Korea for their unwavering support to global citizenship education. As I think others have already pointed out, this conference comes at a critical moment for education. As the landmark report by UNESCO's International Commission on the Futures of Education points out, reforms and adjustments to our education system will not be enough to address the wide-ranging challenges of our time. Challenges like, as we just heard, climate change, violent and hateful ideologies and conflicts, all of which are global and interconnected. They are shared responsibilities, and addressing them requires collective action built on transversal competencies like creativity, critical thinking, and innovation. This is why, in September of last year, the United Nations Secretary General brought together more than 2,000 education stakeholders, including 64 heads of state and government, to boost the global movement to transform education. The Transforming Education Summit put global citizenship education at its core. It sent a clear message that learners need the knowledge, skills, and values to engage critically with the world, to take care of themselves and interact in positive ways with others, both in person, but also and increasingly in virtual spaces, and to bring about positive change in their communities and globally. So over the next couple of days, we'll have the opportunity to unpack what we mean by global citizenship education, and I think we have to keep unpacking that, isn't it? It's an evolving concept that we continue to learn and develop as we go. But since the term was coined, many countries have initiated policies and programs, and these can teach us much about the different approaches to GCED that can be found across the world. So we're looking forward to all of you sharing those experiences. And to guide policymakers and educators, UNESCO has developed sets of materials that can be adapted and contextualized to different settings on key issues such as hate speech, violent extremism, genocide, and recently, supporting reconciliation and healing after conflict. By the way, I noticed a lot of new resources available on the display table outside, so definitely take a moment to check those out. I'm quite excited myself to learn more about those. But we continue to face critical questions as we strive to make transformative learning a reality for all. And so, for example, what core competencies do learners need to think through complex systems, build social consciousness, and lead change and transformation? What are the most effective pedagogies and approaches to foster these competencies? What, in fact, does critical thinking mean in practice? And how can schools best support learners to translate their ideas into innovations? So I'm eager here to hear from all of you your ideas on these questions, because global citizenship education, like education in general, needs to be reinvigorated, to be transformed. Indeed, it was this aspiration that ignited the process to update UNESCO's 1974 recommendation. We just heard them, the colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs referenced that. This recommendation concerning education for international understanding, cooperation, and peace, and education relating to human rights and fundamental freedoms. It's a long title, but it has a long title for a reason. There's lots of really important concepts that all relate to each other in that. And following extensive consultations, the revised recommendation is expected to be adopted by UNESCO's member states at our General Conference in November next month. We're confident that this will help renew the potential of global citizenship education, and thus of education, to build an international understanding and peace. So I wish us all a fruitful set of discussions over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kessler, for your very insightful remarks. Last but not least, Mr. Im Hyun-mook, Director of IConGCED, will address his welcoming remarks. Please warmly welcome Mr. Lim.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us for the 8th International Conference on Global Citizenship Education. On behalf of IConGCED, I would first like to thank our longtime partners for their continuing support for this conference. The Ministry of Education Korea, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Korea, and UNESCO headquarters in Paris. I thank Vice Minister of Education, Mr. Jang Sang-yoon, for his opening remarks, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Hong Seok-in, for your inspiring speech, and Director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development at UNESCO, Mr. Christopher Kessler, for your encouraging speech. Special thanks to Dr. Phut Simalabong, Minister of Education and Sport of the Lao People's Democratic Republic for his presence and also keynote address for this conference. All the speakers, moderators, panelists, and the audience here in this room and joining online, thank you for being with us today and very warm welcome. Colleagues and friends, this annual GCED conference has been held for the last 8 years, thanks to the support and contribution of all the partners, participants, and the audiences. This conference has now established itself as an important international platform for sharing experiences and inspiring ideas and imagination. Let us congratulate ourselves on this achievement. However, the reality facing us today is remotely far from congratulable. Then we may well ask ourselves, what is the meaning of all this effort for GCED, including this conference? Here, I come to recall the aspirations and expectations that dominated the moment when the international community adopted SDGs in 2015. Where are those aspirations and expectations now? It seems that they are gone by and large, if not altogether. What has happened since 2015? And what have we done since 2015? I cannot but raise these questions at the outset of this conference. And I'm raising these questions to remind ourselves of urgency that the reality of today is imposing on us. Yes, indeed, this year's conference cannot and must not be the same as the previous sessions, because the reality is different, because the crises and challenges are different. We need a more sharpened focus for GCED. We need something that unites us while respecting diverse understandings and practices of GCED. It is with this feeling of urgency and this call for our joint action that I'm opening this conference with you. I hope that in our discussions and exchanges today and tomorrow, we'll share this feeling of urgency and move forward one step further in our joint action for GCED. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for your inspiring remarks and also for reminding us of challenges. Yes. This year's conference has a special guest. It is my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, His Excellency Fu Simalavong, Minister of Education and Sports, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Holding a PhD in sociology, His Excellency Dr. Simalavong has worked in a number of positions in the area of education, such as the Dean of the Faculty and Vice President of Universities, while he has been working as high-level policymaker in education in Lao PDR since 2019. He has also published and co-edited a number of journal articles in the field of social science. His Excellency is also a great supporter of global citizenship education. Under his leadership, the Ministry of Education and Sports, Lao PDR, has eagerly and successfully been carrying out a range of education policies and programs for global citizenship education. Today, His Excellency will speak on Lao PDR's education development and global citizenship education. Please warmly welcome His Excellency Fu Simalavong with a warm round of applause.
His Excellency Mr. Hong Suk-in, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Public Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Dr. Lim Hien Muk, Director of Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. Honorable Mr. Christophe Castle, Director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development at UNESCO. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Annyeonghaseyo. The Ministry of Education and Sports, LAPIDA, is recently, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports of LAPIDA, it is my great honor to attend and deliver my speech at the 8th International Conference on the GCED in Seoul, the beautiful capital of the Republic of Korea. On this meaningful occasion, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the government of the Republic of Korea, in particular, the Asia Pacific Center for Education for International Understanding for convening this conference. The theme of this year's Unpacking GCED, Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment, is highly relevant because we are restoring our education from COVID-19 pandemic, so our children can continue to learn with better quality. Importantly, our presence here today is reflection of our collective commitment to education and recognition of the urgency to prioritize recovery from pandemic and use this as an opportunity to transform education for a peace and sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Education and Sports, LAPIDA, is recently adopted the Education and Sports Sector Development 5-year plan from 2021 to 2025. This plan aims to create the opportunity for all children and young people to have equitable access to quality education and lifelong learning, enabling them to obtain knowledge, skill, and competencies to reach their full potential and contribute to and benefit from socioeconomic development and support the country to graduate from the least developed country status by 2025. National education reform since 2005 have continuously improved access to quality education. Significantly, achievements have been made, including the educational related target for the Human Access Index. Criteria for exit from least developed country status. But this parity remains a challenge for national development. The government therefore emphasizes reducing those gaps by giving priority to disadvantaged groups such as poor people, females, and any group living in rural and remote areas, while setting a policy for development. Over the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought significant disruption to students' learning around the world, including the LAPIDA. After the long crisis, the pandemic has increased learning losses and inequality. As schools reopen, children, young people need comprehensive and tailored support to meet their learning quality, physical health, and psychological well-being. In this regard, the Lao PDA, the most priority are, first, to ensure all children and young people are in school and learning center. Second, in order to address lost institutional time, we compress primary and secondary curricula, focusing on the basic study subjects and providing catch-up tutorial program to students who need it most. Third, we focus on improving equality in access to quality education, particularly for the children who do not have Lao as mother tongue. Fourth, recognizing the important role of the teacher, we will strengthen the capacity of teacher on digital pedagogy. We also aim to enhance the skills of the teacher in adapting and innovating under any challenging and unexpected circumstances, contributing to the resilience of the education sectors. Fifth, to keep school and learning centers safe and conducting for the learning, we will ensure school and learning center have hygienic products and following hygiene practice, and are provided with adequate teaching and learning materials. And the last, we will prioritize strengthening the management capacity of the educational administrators at all levels of the system, starting from the school principal to district and provincial authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lao Education Division vision is to develop holistic education system that is based on Lao culture and values, while also being responsive to the challenge and opportunity of the 21st century. The vision of education to 2030, 5-year plan of education and sports sector, and GCED are closely allied. It aims to develop individuals who are knowledgeable, skilled, and responsible citizens who can contribute to a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world. Because of this importance in the teaching and learning curriculum, the GCED framework was created in Lao context, which consists of the vision of the GCED of the Lao PDA, aims and clear objectives to be achieved. This framework also reflects the national, international characteristics. There is an instrument to measure and evaluate the achievement of GCED, and it is the most important instrument for planning and implementing GCED in the curriculum. Giving the specific example, civic education subject of the Lao PDA is one of the subjects that lies in the teaching learning curriculum from lower to higher secondary education, which integrated the GCED framework into the subject. The purpose of this course is to provide students with knowledge of the world structure, features, culture, customs, living together in the community, society, especially to contribute to protect and to develop the nation and the international community with learning, and the purpose of this subject is aligned with the GCEDs in terms of knowledge, emotional, social, and behavior, and using the transformative pedagogy. With the cooperation and technical support from the UNESCO multi-sectoral regional office in Bangkok, in the past had brought the GCED content to be disseminated in the field of education and sports, especially to be disseminated to the heads of the department in the ministry, curriculum developers, and provincial education offices. At the same time, GCED was also disseminated among the principal teachers in ASP.NET schools. Through this process, teachers and students can integrate GCED into teaching and organizing activity in the school, such as students participating in research, joint organizing activities during school extracurricular activities, exchanging culture of the local ethnic groups, and preserving environment. In addition, participating in the school activities, students and teachers also bring the knowledge they have acquired to lead families and community to initiate change little by little. Until now, the Ministry of Education and Sports has been operating with UpCU to bring the content GCED to integrate in the learning topics and objectives in Lao citizenship subject, which has been successfully implemented by the responsibility of the Institute of the Research and Education Science and the Lao National Commission for UNESCO. Since the very beginning, due to the technical and financial support from the UpCU, the Lao PDI has been able to implement GCED-related activities, and hopefully we will be able to continue integrated GCED in other subjects in both social and natural sciences. In addition, the Lao PDI is also collaborated with the UpCU for the Korea-Lao PDI Teacher Exchange for the Global Education in collaboration with the Lao National Commission and GCED Cooperation Center Cluster Project for the Teacher Education Institution, as shown in the picture. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports and the Lao National Commission for UNESCO, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the government of the Republic of Korea, the UpCU, and all partners for your kind cooperation and support for the human resource development in Lao PDI. I strongly believe that this project and the program has been making meaningful milestone in our cooperative relationship, particularly regarding to the promotion of the GCED, thereby contributing to the achievement of the SDG 4.7 for a peaceful and sustainable future in our planet. To conclude, I wish the 8th International Conference on GCED a great success, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Simalavong, for sharing the inspirational case of Lao PDR to promote the global citizenship education, thereby enhancing the quality of education and learning. Now we will proceed with the photo taking, and it is almost impossible for us to take the photo of all the participants on the podium. So let us just first begin with 4 speakers of the opening ceremony. Could you please come up to the podium first? His Excellency Dr. Simalabong, and His Excellency Mr. Hong, Mr. Lim, and Mr. Kessler. Next year, we will make sure we have a more gender-balanced keynote speakers for opening. Oh yeah, no, I will give you the instructions. Or okay. Second, please, sorry, you have to remain. Sorry, I lost. Yeah, you have to. 원장님, 저희 4분 모두 여기 계셔야 되는데요. Please stay on the podium so that other plenary speakers can join you. So could you please stay there? And speakers and moderators of Plenary 1, Plenary 2, Plenary 3, I think they are sitting up here. Could you please come up to the podium and join the speakers of opening ceremony? 여기 부탄 옷 입으신 분 앞에 오시는 게 Be careful. 괜찮으시겠어요? 밑으로 내려가셔도 될 것 같은데요. Yes. Now, please turn around so that we can include all the participants in the picture because the camera will go up. So turn around, and this time probably, some of you, I think you might want to come up because be careful. I think you may want to go up. 그렇게 안 나올 것 같아요? 사다리 원래 해서 하도록 돼 있어요, 원장님. 예, 원래 이렇게 찍는데요. 예, 그렇게 다 보시죠. Could you stand close to one another so that we can, And all of you, when they count the number, you might probably, yes, there or this or, waving hands. Waving hands or a small heart, whichever, waving hands. I'll be sitting here too. Okay, wave your hand. 1, 2, 3. And claps. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, before we move on to the break and next segment, I would like to quickly remind you of today's program. We do have a plenary 1, plenary 2, plenary 3 today here in this room. So it's our plenary sessions today. Although tomorrow, if you join us tomorrow, it will be concurrent sessions. Between the end of the plenary and banquet dinner, we have a small but wonderful performance by one of our program alumni, so don't leave. And we hope that you enjoy the whole program throughout until the banquet today. Thank you for your participation. Now we will have a quick break and start plenary session at 2:30. And it is not a coffee break. A coffee break will be ready at 3:30. So just a very brief break. And please make sure to come back and be seated a few minutes before the session. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? We'll start plenary 1 in 2 minutes. So could you please come back to the room and be seated? Our staff, please help us, gathering the participants. So just 1 minute away from plenary 1. 밖에 계신 분들 계시면 다 들어오게 해주세요. 밖에 복도에 계신 참가자들. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. I'll do my teacher pause and let everybody just settle for a moment. Welcome to our first plenary panel session this afternoon. My name is Karina Menzies-Ballantyne and I'm from CQ University, Australia. As is our tradition in Australia, I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet today and the lands from which you all come. I pay my respects to the elders and the ancestors, for they hold the wisdom, the knowledge, and they share that knowledge with us through generations, for which we are most grateful. Hopefully we're going to share you some wisdom and knowledge here today as well with our two wonderful speakers. But we do want this to be a conversation, so you will notice that some blank pieces of paper have been put on the table in front of you. If during the presentations there are questions or ideas that arise, please do write them down, and the wonderful staff here at APSEU are going to collect those, collate them, and bring them up so we can pose some questions depending how much time allows at the presentation end. Our panel session this afternoon is the multidimensionality of GCED in the face of multiple crises, such as increasing violence and climate crises. We've had some very, very concrete examples internationally of this and locally over the last few months. I was travelling in Europe when we had the terrible fires that raged across Europe and many parts of the Northern Hemisphere. In my own country, we have just seen the defeat of a referendum that would have acknowledged our First People and given them a voice to Parliament, for which I hold my head in shame. And just this morning, we woke to the news of the terrible situation with a hospital being bombed in the Gaza Strip. Never more do we need GCED. Never more do we need a conference like this, with these concrete examples facing us. But as I always tell my pre-service teachers, although you might start your sessions with a dose of reality, with a bit of shock and awe, as we call it, we need to very quickly pivot to the positive, not only just for educational purposes, but for our own well-being and mental health. And so we're going to pivot to the positive, and what can we do? What is our way forward? And that's our topics for our speakers today, is to give you two perspectives on those ways forward. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who is Professor Patrick Dolan from University of Galway in Ireland. Professor Dolan was the first UNESCO chair awarded in Ireland, and he holds the chair for Children, Youth and Civic Engagement. He conducts programs of work within and supported by UNESCO Child and Family Research Centre that spans a range of global partnerships involving universities, NGOs, international agencies and youth organisations, encompassing research, education and policy development. Professor Dolan has worked with and for families as a practitioner, service manager and academic for over 35 years. He has completed an extensive body of research on family issues, including a longitudinal research study of adolescents, their perceived mental health, resilience and social support networks. And we know that word resilience has come up already a lot in our introductory comments. His major research is civic engagement in children and youth, family support, reflective practice and service development, youth mentoring models, empathy education, which he's particularly going to look at today, prevention of youth radicalisation, adolescent resilience, and social networks. I ask you to join me in welcoming Professor Dolan.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. First of all, a big thank you to IConGCED, to the family of UNESCO, to the people here in Korea for the honour of speaking today. It's truly a pleasure to be with you. What I'm going to look at over the next kind of 15 minutes is to really explore and give a case. I'm making the case for empathy education as I believe, a critical way forward for global citizenship education in its own right. That's not to say that empathy is not a component of well-being education and some of the frameworks that are there for GCED. I'm just making a real case for empathy education and in particular through the voices of young people themselves. So I suppose to start, a key question is, what is empathy? Now, we could get into what is empathy, and that would be a conversation that would last a long time. But empathy is not sympathy. It's about compassion. It's often referred to as the capacity to step in the shoes of somebody else and understand where they're coming from. But overall, it's this capacity to identify with and understand another person's situations, their feelings and their motives. And in a way, understanding the attribution of your own feelings to the other. That's much easier for us with people that are near us and like us, similar to us. It's somewhat more of a challenge when it's further away, and I'm going to come back to that. Empathy is often described as either cognitive or affective. Cognitive is the capacity to think about and understand where the other is coming from. Affective is about emotionally engaging with it. And that's where moving in the moccasins really kicks in. I have to acknowledge the work of an incredible team of colleagues in Ireland and at Penn State University with whom I've worked very closely over the last 10 years, and in particular Dr. Charlotte Silk and Dr. Bernadette Brady, and Professor Mark Brennan, who's fellow UNESCO chair at Penn State. Basically, these 4 points, which took us a long time to get to them, they're based on a systematic literature review of empathy and compassion in youth, a randomized controlled trial study of a program that we developed in schools, particularly for second-level schools, that really makes the case for a 4-component curriculum for empathy education. The first component is understanding empathy. The second one then is practicing it. And the third one, which can be a challenge, is about looking at the barriers to being empathic towards the other. And you can think even in our world today of how that can be an issue for some people, if not many people. The fourth part is about putting empathy into action. So we have developed this as a secondary school program in Ireland. I'm delighted to say that thanks to the Ministry of the Education in Ireland, it is now compulsory education in Ireland as of September of this year. So every pupil in a secondary school in Ireland is engaging in empathy education. A core part of designing the program was that the education is actually peer-led. Young people educate each other with the support of the teacher around putting empathy into practice. You might ask, how is empathy education so important to something like climate challenge or violence prevention? Well, working from the work of Kate Berardi, it's these three things. It's innate, it's something that we're naturally almost born with. So you could argue that even in the animal kingdom, you can see the way animals can demonstrate empathy. Sometimes even in classic videos where a child falls in a zoo and the animal does not actually attack the child. It might guide the child or protect the child. So it's there for us to begin with. Importantly, from an education point of view, and importantly from the point of view of GCED, we can cultivate it. One of the great pieces of news we have from neuroscience is that during the adolescent years particularly, the brain is growing, and one of the things that we now know that can be developed through plasticity in the brain is the capacity for greater empathy through education. And the last one really is about feeling it and creating it and thinking of all the pathways that young people in their community and within their families and in society can contribute to that. So this gets you to active empathy. In that context, you can see the way understanding that if you're living in one part of the world, climate challenge may not be an issue for you, but by being empathic towards other people for whom it's more urgent, you can coalesce with the other. You can see the other in a way that leads you to compassion, to joint action. Similarly, in terms of violence prevention, there's overwhelming evidence that where empathy can be developed in schools, within teacher education, and within school culture, and among peer groups, you get less hate speech. You get less labeling of the other. You get less violence towards others. So the evidence is overwhelmingly there that empathy has a key role to play here. I just want to I'm not going to go into the theory of intersectionality in with due respect to Kimberly Crenshaw. It would be impossible to summarize it even. But what I would say is that I do think that the notion of action education, education which is active in the community, active in the school, that is demonstrable, is key for empathy education. And there are the components that I laid out earlier we see as the recipe towards enabling that to happen. But just as we are individuals from different countries, we are not defined by just where we're from. We're also defined by things like our gender, our social class, issues that we may have in our life. So understanding that empathy is a very fluid thing. It's not defined simply by one characteristic. It is, as Kimberly Crenshaw calls it, the train station, that there's a mutual train station point in our lives, is a key way of understanding at a point in time what is the key issue for us in our life, what is our capacity to have empathy rather than empathy fatigue, is key to part of the education. Interestingly, Anne Maston's work in particular has looked at how empathy education can enable greater resilience or resiliency. And using the 5 R's, it's through being responsive, having a relationship of worth, reciprocity, which is about the give and take of understanding the other, and surprisingly for young people, the importance of ritual and routine in your life. This is what she describes as the ordinary magic of enabling resilience. And resilience is not just coping, it is the ability to overcome adversity, bounce back, and do better than expected. So I think, putting it bluntly, empathy education holds the promise of the secret sauce to enable resiliency for young people and for communities. And with that in mind, myself and my colleague in UNESCO, Mark Benham, would make a very strong argument that if you look at social capital, and particularly human social capital, citizenship, education, and connecting with community, family, and society are the key ingredients to empathy education. So empathy education is something that can occur in schools and non-formal settings, but it actually is something that comes in to the real world by how we connect not just with who is near, but also with who is far away. In other words, a different way of seeing the other. What are the benefits we get from empathy education? Well, the evidence shows that you get mastery, better capacity and confidence and ability. We know that particularly from neuroscience. You get better sense of belonging. And that's really interesting because you can have negative belonging and positive belonging. We would argue empathy education, by connecting globally with other young people or with other societies or the plight of others, creates a new form of belonging. That really is what we aspire to, and it's what GCED aspires to at its very core. And the two fruits that you get from that, the two fruits that it bears, are greater independence, independence of critical thinking, independence of thought, independence of better understanding, and at a very basic level, better compassion or better generosity. So we need to think really about the Bronfenbrenner model of the ecological approach to empathy. And that really applies in the context of a global understanding. So you can get empathic coping, which primarily may come from family or friends who are supportive and caring. That's the core to social support. But you also get it from community. And within community, I mean a wider understanding of community, one that reciprocally, positively connects with its members. At the moment, I'm engaged in a study with the Ukraine youth in 7 countries who have had to migrate to 7 countries. And a core issue that we're finding from the research we're doing at the moment, and I was in Poland 2 weeks ago working on this, a core issue that came up from young people was a sense of engagement in community. That was the key kind of, the key factor for them. And the way we're doing that study is that we're training young people to be youth as researchers. That's not young people as the subject of research, but as the creators of research. And we've a whole online training program, one that we used with UNESCO, with SHS, for the global study during COVID, which I think was a great success with 106 countries. So what I'm arguing, and my real important point in this, is that we need to give empathy education its proper value. It needs to be seen as important as learning maths in school. Because in the end of the day, we are humans with human relationships. It's what we all thrive off. When we wake up in the morning and when we go to bed at night, it's human interaction that is the key fluid to our daily lives. And really, when we think about peace building, it's an act of humanity. And when we think about the climate and what we need to do to respect our climate, it's a human activity. For me, empathy is the oil that oils the engine. And the engine I would really strongly advocate for is the engine of social support in a global sense, and which bears the fruit of resilience or capacity to do well. So what does the evidence tell us around empathy education? Well, there are 4 key benefits. The first one is that it opens up the new other relationship, not seeing the other as the enemy, not seeing the other as not important to us, not seeing the other as somebody who does not matter, but seeing the other as somebody who matters. And it should be noted that in seeing the other as somebody who matters, we actually benefit ourselves. There's a whole range of evidence that shows, for example, young people who are civically engaged, the benefit they get from volunteering is only exceeds what they do by what they benefit themselves. We get reciprocity of support, which is the common goal of climate justice, is about reciprocity of support. You get a reduction in personal bias and hatred, and an increase in self and external esteem. So that really gives you a civic response to less violence. And also you get respite from focusing on your own difficulty. You get better perspective taking. These are all proven benefits of empathy education. So just to prove that I haven't come up here to fool you, as Leonard Cohen said in one of his famous songs, there is a body of research and evidence, and these are 3 sample papers, and please feel free to visit our website, where there are a range of educative tools, resources available, and these have been shared obviously within the UNESCO community, but within our university UNESCO Chairs Global Network as well. Had I more time, I would be giving 4 minutes to people who are far more younger and far more important than I here. It would have been a YouTube video where young people took the telephone book of the research, and with actor Cillian Murphy, who's our patron, who I hope gets his Oscar for Oppenheimer, they created a YouTube video which looks at what is empathy based on the results of our finding. And I strongly recommend, rather than looking at me, which is okay too, that you think about looking at the video. And in the immortal words of Michelangelo, when he finished the Sistine Chapel eventually, he did say, "I am still learning." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dolan, and certainly take the moment to connect with Professor Dolan and perhaps get that YouTube clip so that you can have a look at it afterwards. Our next speaker, Professor Lee, is going to be speaking in Korean, so for those of you who are English speakers, you may wish to grab your translators. Channel 2 is the channel that you're looking for. So Professor Lee graduated from Ohio State University, and he's been a professor of environmental education at Konju National University since 2001. Until 2021, he was director of the National Center for Environmental Education, and for the past 4 years, he's been the vice chair of the UNESCO ESD Career Committee. For the past 20 years, he has also been conducting research and practice on environmental, sustainable development, and ecological transition education, both in and out of school. Recently, he's been working on developing educational education standards to foster global ecological citizens as a new humanity in the era of global climate crisis. I'm a bit envious here. He says he has moved to a small seaside town on the western part of the Korean peninsula, so I think we should have the next conference there. That sounds like a perfect place, which has given him the opportunity to engage in sustainable community building activities and researching event-centred environmental education methodologies that connect communities to the earth and nature to culture. Please join me in welcoming Professor Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone from all over the earth. I'm very happy to be here and very honorable to make a presentation. I'm going to talk about the meaning of becoming global eco-citizens in climate crisis. Before talking about these issues, I believe the biocultural diversity of the earth is critical to sustainability of our communities, including language diversity. I believe the loss of language diversity is most significantly threatened by the rise of sea levels now. So there are many small islands that could be sunken by the rise of sea level. And maybe the people in the small island will have to move some other places, and then they are going to lose the chance to keep their mother languages. So I'm going to speak in Korean from now. (1985) Can I see my presentation materials? Oh, okay. Okay. 1985, Hannah Arendt wrote a book. Oh, I can speak English. Okay. 한나 아렌트는 인간의 조건이라는 책을 읽었어.
In 1985, Hannah Arendt wrote the book Human Condition, and a year before that, the Soviet Union launched the first man-made satellite, the Sputnik, into space. As she wrote, it was a very significant event that showed that humans are becoming separated from the Earth, and she used Earth alienation in her book as a concept to describe the situation. We want to think about critical thinking as a thinking or a method to think about all the possibilities. If you look at the possibilities of human conditions, if you look at the condition of human possibilities, I believe that we need to rethink Earth. And I was reminded of Hannah Arendt's Human Condition. Of course, I'm sure you're familiar with planetary boundaries, and as you can see, the following 6 boundaries out of the 9 boundaries have reached a very dangerous limit. Here on this slide, you can see the city of Gwangju. This is where the university I work in is located. You can see that the flood inundated this town, and as you know, the climate crisis affects not only Gwangju but also Canada, Pakistan, Libya, and also Australia in recent years. And many people and many lives have been destroyed or have been killed. So how are we going to respond to this significant issue? I believe that this is a challenge of our times. If you look at the recent report by UNDP, the quality of life overall has begun to deteriorate. They say the Human Development Index has started to decline. Of course, COVID has had an impact on this graph, but if you look at the direction of this graph, if we are to follow the red path, this means that our lives and the future of Earth will be destroyed or will be under very grave threat. And we need to think about whether we can take this green line and where we are going to get the power to move this graph toward the green line in the future. I think this is the crux of the issue, and this is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Here on this graph, you can see that most developed countries, most OECD countries have an ecological footprint of 2 or 3. African countries have an ecological footprint less than 2, but their Human Development Index is under 0.7. So if you look at the lower right part of the graph, so ecological footprint less than 1 and a Human Development Index of more than 0.7 is the Sustainable Ecological Civilization Zone. However, as you can see, there are no countries, almost no countries, that are located within that zone. So a sustainable ecological civilization is still, it remains a utopia for humans. This is a result of a survey carried out recently. You can see that climate change has been cited as one of the most urgent problems that threaten the survival of humanity. The second is biodiversity. However, the results of the survey remain largely similar over the years, especially over the past 2-3 years. If you look at COVID-19, according to UNEP, it is closely related to ecological destruction, meat consumption, poaching. And so these are all cited as causes behind COVID. They are all environmental and ecological issues. But 6 months after COVID, 600 million people lost their jobs, which means this directly relates to poverty issues as well. And the population that lost most jobs were women in impoverished countries. So this also is connected to gender equality. When an impoverished woman loses her job, then she cannot care for her children, which leads to issues related to the rights of children. And these issues can be amplified in many parts of the world. They can be sources of conflict or they can aggravate existing conflicts. As you can see, all these disasters and multi-crises are interconnected, as you can see in this report. And this is what I'm trying to get at as well. Climate change is related to poverty and the economy, inequality, gender discrimination, peace. So climate change is interconnected with all these different issues. And in the backdrop, we have environmental and ecological destruction and degradation. In this sense, GCED and climate change education needs to emphasize that climate change is not simply an environmental problem. As Greta Thunberg has said, climate crisis is not just about environment, it's also about colonial, racist, patriarchal systems of oppression. In this sense, in this era of climate change, the goal of GCED should be to help people to deal with these issues in an integrated manner. They need to realize and be aware that environmental issues are related to economic issues, human rights issues. And so we need new models for education that can encompass this idea. Among the youth in Korea, some have requested for a constitutional petition at the Constitutional Court of the country. And the reason they did so was that they believe that their rights to the environment, to life, and to the pursuit of happiness have been violated by the President and the National Assembly through their inadequate response to climate change. They believe their basic rights have been violated. And the youth have raised this issue. And I think that this is a very important starting point in building an eco-civilization because it shows self-awareness. UNESCO published a very important report recently, a new social contract for education. If you look at the report, it emphasizes that we need to see the environment as a shared resource. And education should be considered as commons. If you look at Korea, there is a lot of commitment to education, and a lot of education is privatized. So we need to really consider hard as a country what it means for education as commons and what it means for education to become a public asset. Digital technology and science technology have heightened insecurity, and there have been concerns about this. So unsustainability and uncertainty is rampant. In order to deal with this, how can we change education? That is also a very important central question. I have been carrying out research to develop new environmental education standards. And I've been doing this for the past 3 years with the support of the Korean government. And we are not trying to come up with counter standards or alternative standards. We are not trying to come up with something rigid. Students and teachers should become aware of what they want to study and learn, and they need to make a decision on their own. And teachers and students use this reference as a new standard to do so. And the new humanity that this new standard pursues is global eco-citizens. So what are global eco-citizens? Global eco-citizens are global citizens. They're ecologically aware citizens, and they're also democratic citizens. So they know how to live with other people. They know how to live with other beings on Earth. They know how to learn with Earth and the planet. And global eco-citizens have the willingness and competency to do this. And what are the key competency that is required by global eco-citizens? I would have to say it is transformative environmental competency. The title of our conference today uses the word transformative, and the UNESCO slogan also used transforming our world. So transforming something is very important, so we need to think about what it really means. It means, put simply, that if we continue down our path, the planet will no longer be sustainable. So we need to build new competencies, and we need standards to be able to foster new competencies. And one of the key competencies is critical thinking. In the process of developing these standards, I carried out a survey once. I carried out a survey for about 1,500 students and citizens. I asked them who they thought they are. And they had to pick two that best represented their identity. And I gave them 6 options. I am me. I am part of my family. I am a village or a regional person. I am Korean, I am Asian, or I am an earthling. And you can see that most respondents said that I am Korean and I am me best represents their identity. And I think that if you put these two together, they represent your typical modern human being. If you look at modern times, reason is highly valued, and based on reason, you are to live your life independently, and that was important in modern times. And with the birth of the independent state, regardless of your willingness, when you are born, you belong to a country. So you are born into a system. So when you ask people who they are, they always associate themselves with themselves and then with their country, usually. But I think through GCED or Global Eco-Citizen education, I think that people will be able to identify themselves with a certain region or a certain village, or as an earthling. So they will no longer see themselves as an isolated being. In fact, their horizon will be broadened to see themselves as part of a bigger community. And I think that this will contribute in creating a new vision. So the meaning of becoming global eco-citizens or earthlings, this is about building a new global community. In Korea, it would have to do with building a new constitution. And when these collective efforts come together, we will be able to build a different world. So I hope that when somebody asks you who you are, one day we will be able to answer that we are an earthling. So everything that happens on the earth is related to me and it matters to me. And I think that this is our future direction forward. This is the goal that we should have in terms of GCED education.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Just reminding you, there's some wonderful points raised in both of those presentations. So if it's raised any questions or comments for you, if you would just like to jot them on a piece of paper, there's staff circulating around that would be happy to pick up a piece of paper and bring it out so we can pose some questions to our panellists. In the meantime, I'm going to take a moderator's privilege because I have a couple of questions of my own. And I wanted to start with you, Mr. Lee, because I know teachers that I talk to, sometimes particularly in the field of climate crisis, climate education, are concerned that they will, if you like, step on the toes of the values of the family, or that they will be upsetting the children, that there will be mental health issues that will need to be addressed by the family because you're making my child anxious. In your research, how do you find that balance of being positive and still addressing those issues?
Oh, thank you very much.
I believe that climate change creates two valleys, two emotional valleys within us. The first creates anxiety, depression, and that flows into rage and guilt, and over time it flows and becomes helplessness. And if that gets worse, it turns into distrust in human beings. And if that goes further, people will give up and become disinterested. I think that there is a possibility of such a valley being created. So in order for us to respond to this issue and not create that valley, we need to listen to others. We need to continue to study. As Professor Dolan mentioned earlier, I think empathy is also very important in stopping us from creating that value within us. We need a more connected self. We need to expand ourselves, and we need to make ourselves more ecological. So we need to think about this when we carry out climate change education and also in GCED education overall.
Thank you very much. I think there are a couple of questions coming forward, but I will just ask one more of Professor Dolan, if I may. I'm sure it's the same in Ireland. We certainly have issues with teacher burnout post-COVID, and many education departments are just going, well, I'm not implementing any more projects, any more programs. How did you manage that, getting the agreement, the understanding around empathy education, that it wasn't just one more thing that we've got to deal with and we've got to incorporate?
Yeah, well, it really was a four-factor approach, and very, it didn't just happen by accident. The first thing we did was that we really worked on what is the evidence that we can provide to teachers that empathy education is crucial. Because what we were finding on things like personal health education, teachers in secondary schools were saying, we're so busy, we're going to do a maths class instead. They didn't even prioritize it, around civic education. So what we did, first of all, was really look at the evidence for empathy education. And what we found was that actually, if you teach empathy education, you do better in your grades. The evidence is there that if you do, regardless of, even if you don't believe in empathy education, if you want your students to get better grades, do empathy education. The second thing we did was that we worked really closely on developing what is summarized on one slide, which was 4 years work on developing a 12-class, 40-minute curriculum that covered all the aspects of empathy education. And even went into things like, what's the difference between well-being and education? I can think of very famous people in the world who are well known for having nothing wrong with their well-being, but they've absolutely no empathy for other people. So, even getting that into getting a better understanding was the second component based on the evidence. And the third thing then was the participation of young people and teachers themselves. We worked with teacher education groups and with young people on designing the curriculum in a way that it was fun, interesting, and really meaningful. And then, quite frankly, the last one was we went on an advocacy campaign, not just with the Minister for Education and senior public civil servants, but also with the public. And that's where the actor Cillian Murphy played a huge role. And within 9 months, we had it agreed. And we've still lots more to do in it, but it was very much a concerted effort. And I have to say, in fairness to an acknowledgement to colleagues in UNESCO, both in Fontenay, in Paris and elsewhere, we're now looking at, well, can this be included in GCED? Can this be considered as something that can be used in other countries? And there's a lot of interest in it, which is great. But having said that, we don't have it's about really joined up thinking. And this is just one component in global citizen education. It's not the panacea.
Yeah. And I think that's the important part to remember in a lot of our conversations around this, that these are all components of this big picture of the type of education that we're trying to provide. There's an interesting question that's been raised here that for you, Professor Lee, that you did not include I am me in your future diagram. And I think the question is being posed, how can we have a sense of community without having that sense of self-awareness within that community?
질문 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your question.
제가 나는 나를 미래의
I had
정책적인 부분에서 배제한 것은 아니고요.
it wasn't that I disincluded I am me from the future diagram.
개체화된 자아로서의 나는 나.
I wanted to say that the independent, isolated me should become a little smaller. And the awareness that I am part of a village, I am part of a community, and when enlarged, I am part of the global community, is where we should be heading. So in a more enlarged sense of self, we have to become aware of ourselves as independent beings. I do believe that the independent me, I and I am earthling can coexist. So I can be me and I can be part of a village. And these two can coexist. And in fact, they should impact each other in a good, positive way. And this can help enrich our lives and enhance the quality of life. So, I am me is not excluded from the identity of the global eco-citizens, more like it has to be balanced with the overall global eco-citizen.
Thank you. And I think before I move on to the next question, I'd like to include you in that conversation too, Professor Dolan, is in this role of empathy, which is, considering others, where is self in that? Where is self-awareness and self-understanding in empathy education?
Yeah, so one of the components we have in it is looking at self-compassion. Now that is different to narcissism, so you have to make that very clear. But the work of Kister and Neff around basically giving yourself a break at certain times at a very human level. So self-empathy, self-compassion, and looking out for, which is a big issue we found for young people in the research of empathy fatigue. Because even there are things like young people who are carers in their families, and for whom them going to school is a burden rather than a blessing. So even contextualizing empathy education, it's not just within what happens when you walk into the school. That 10 minutes before you come into school, or the 10 minutes after school, can be crucial. And as Professor Lee has said, it really is about a more critical understanding. I mean, if you look at the SDGs, I mean, SDG 1, 3, and particularly for SDG 4, 4.7.1 about quality education, and particularly for marginalised populations, I think it really is a key connector.
Absolutely. And I think a key connector between what we're talking about today, because you can obviously engage with other issues, other people, hastening to use that term, if you have that strong sense of who you are in that role. We've got the question of technology, which is a compulsory part of every youth's lives these days. But there are concerns that the use of technology, particularly during COVID, has made youth feel alone, lonely. So how can you incorporate that into strategies of empathy education?
Yeah, and it's a really good point, and I think a lot of research on the impact of COVID, and particularly the global study that we did in collaboration with UNESCO, brought this up continuously. So, I mean, empathy is this capacity to mirror with the other, and sometimes to mirror with the other that can be very different to you, and that is the challenge. That's the objective, is to be able to do that. One of the things we found is that, or some of the evidence is, and it's coming from young people themselves rather than anybody else, is that once you have a context to empathize. So, for example, what young people were saying that they really liked about looking at empathy education, not just specifically our program, which is a program. What they specifically liked is that it is a positive. It is something I can do. Very often, one of the challenges around, and there are brilliant anti-bullying programs, absolutely. It's not a criticism of anti-bullying programs. But one of the problems is that it's trying to deal with a deficit model. That what you're trying to do is repair, essentially repair at a human level. The great thing about empathy is that you put it into your own agency, and you take that agency, and that's a key message on the curriculum, and that gets into back to self-empathy. Yeah. But again, just to reiterate the caveat, it's not about self-loving and then other-loathing, which is a danger.
Yes. Absolutely. I like to include both perspectives into the conversation. So I know as somebody who watched the strike for climate, the school strike for climate in Australia, the role of social media in gathering support for those enormous marches we had through the street was seen as a positive of social media, but then the haters came on board as well. How do you see the role of technology in schools or outside schools in climate change education? Professor Lee?
In the past 3-4 years, during the COVID pandemic, students could not go to school, and a lot of things happened during those 3 to 4 years. Parents who both work, parents who are not well off, the children in these families, they have computers in Korea because, as you know, Korea has one of the best developed internets in the world. So they had all the hardware, but very young children in 1st or 2nd grade, without parental or adult supervision or guidance, would just become lost in the internet and lost in digital education. And so many teachers are now concerned that during COVID, many children have trouble reading and writing. And the proportion of such children have increased, and they are considered that this will lead to an educational divide that can lead to an economic divide. And if you look at Korea, it actually has a lot of islands, and the schools in these islands are very small, and the student population is small, so it's very difficult for them to come up with diverse programs. Through COVID, however, the teachers of the schools, they came together and they collaborated and they invited famous writers or authors and offered programs online. They used the technology and they realized better education for their students. And so if you look at the experience of the past 3 to 4 years, we need to think about how far we can expand this network. How far are we willing to go back to pre-COVID times? And one of my concerns recently is that in Korean schools, many teachers use YouTube in the classroom. And there is a divide between what the children can actually do and what they believe they can do. For instance, if you look at YouTube, they build an entire building in just 15 minutes. But these kids, they don't even know how to use a hammer. And so experience through media and experience through internet actually leads to an experiential divide. And there's a disconnect between what children believe they can do and what they can actually do. And I think that this is a very important concern. And this is something that must be addressed when we are developing programs in the future.
Thank you, Professor Lee. There's a couple of interesting questions that have arisen here for you, Professor Dolan, and I'm going to pop them together in the interest of time. One is looking at what is the difference between practicing empathy and putting empathy into practice. The second question is the theoretical frame of empathy education is the questioner says relatively straightforward, but can you give some examples, some pedagogical examples as to how do we actually go about it?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the first question, which is in relation to putting empathy into practice and practice, so I mean the way we've developed the module, and in a way it relates to the last question, for example, that for even abuse of young people online, that there's quite a movement around empathy education where young people counteract that, and we don't give enough recognition to that. I mean, there are huge issues around platforms and social responsibility. That's another question, which is a wider question, which I think is going to come more to the fore. The practice element of it is that you think about yourself to begin with, and you mirror with one other person. And you actually listen, because you've 2 ears and 1 mouth in that order. You learn to use it a little bit. And then you, with that other person, then you think about situations in your life where empathy has occurred in a good way or maybe not in a good way, and you develop it from there. So it's very much an experiential process, which leads into the second part of the question. So we have guidance for teachers on the program, and I should say the program is also being used in non-formal education among community youth work organizations with gusto at the moment in various locations around the globe. A practical example would be a teacher would reflect on something in their own life growing up, and then would ask the pupils to talk about what was their experience of that. And there's rules around, of course, if a young person becomes distressed, or there's we have an ethical guide that goes with the program. But what you do is you just start conversations. It's about connections. It's about, I mean, that's what empathy is. It's about human connection and interaction and integration. It's those 3 components that are core to the program. Another way we do it is that we ask young people to think about something they know absolutely nothing about. And we got a great example in the research where young people were very interested in Rohingya youth and what was the issues for Rohingya youth in Myanmar and Bangladesh. And that was within an English, a context of an English cohort. And they openly said they didn't know where these countries were. So it began a conversation, and they learned where Burma was. It began, and then it became a conversation about Rohingya youth and their desire to just retain their education, and about how that became an empathy. So the teacher led a geography class into an empathy class. We've even had teachers maths teachers who've used empathy, which is really, and music, as you can imagine. I mean, it's very obvious if you're reading a Charles Dickens book and you get into the plight of David Copperfield, how that's all about empathy. Yes. So there are different ways that this can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favourite things is to show maths teachers that you can put GCED in maths. Because they always tell me you can't do it. So when we're producing units of work, we actually produce 2 in maths just to make a point.
김한 교수님 말씀에 하나만 덧붙여도 괜찮을까요?
Would I be able to add 2?
We have a couple of minutes.
Okay, 1 minute.
30 seconds. In providing environmental education, I was frequently told in the past 30 years, we know that climate change is a grave issue. Why do people not take action? I think that this is because people don't know the difference between understanding the issue and empathizing with people in need. People are dying, and we are seeing species become distinct. I think if you have empathy, that leads to actual action. So understanding the problem and having empathy is entirely different. And in order to take action, you need to be able to empathize.
Absolutely. And I think that's a perfect point to wrap up our session on, because to me, that understanding of the plight, understanding the situation, having empathy for the situation is what leads to the action. We can cognitively understand it, but until we have the empathy, the values and attitudes, we're not going to take action. I'm sure you'll agree our two speakers have, as is wont for a plenary opening session, raised so many more questions for us, which is a really positive way to start our conference. So please join me in thanking Professor Dolan and Professor Lee for their wonderful contribution. I think we have a short break, is that correct? Short break, what we set up for the next session. Oh, we get to have a cup of tea too.
Yes, we have a 20 minutes break. Coffee and tea will be ready at the corridor. So please make sure that you come back by a few minutes before the next session. 3:50. Another announcement, those of you who want to get a certificate before you leave, you can come up to the registration desk between 4 and 7 and let them know that you're interested in getting certificate. Okay, thank you.
wonder if I could ask everybody to please take their seats. We'll be beginning in about 2 minutes.
May I have your attention, please? We will start the session in a minute, so please come back to your seat. Thanks. 자동으로 꺼져. Okay, we will start plenary 1. Thank you. Sorry, plenary 2. Okay, we will start plenary 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron Benevot. Here in Korea, I will be known as Benevot Aaron, and I'm delighted to moderate this second session. I'd like to welcome all the people that are joining us online and also those here in the room. We had a very dynamic first session. I'd like to thank the moderator and the panelists for getting us started. And we hope to continue that energy in this second session, the title of which is Global Citizenship Education Competences as Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment. Now, before we get started, two very quick announcements. First, if you would like to have the most up-to-date version of the program, as you will see on your tables, there's a QR code, and if you point your phone at the QR code, you will hopefully be able to upload the most up-to-date version of the two-day conference. And secondly, as we did in the first session, we will have time for questions and answers. For those folks that are here in the auditorium, you will have papers on your tables. Please write either in English or Korean your questions. And for those that are joining us online, I believe you can add your questions to the chat box. So with that, let me just say 2 words as an introduction to this session. As you may note in the title of the session in the program, the word competences, the word global citizenship competences, has quotes around it. And in many ways, that really is the focus of attention. Also picking up the comment, the theme of the conference, which is unpacking GCED, which means to dissemble it or to deconstruct it or to kind of think about it in different ways and then think about potentially reassembling or reconstructing it. So I would say that speaking as both somebody who's been involved in cross-national and comparative research in this area and in other related areas, often when we have a concept, there are really 2 different levels of the concept that we could begin to unpack. One is to think about the concept from a conceptual level, to think about what are the different components, what are the different dimensions, how might we understand the different aspects. And another way is to think about the concept from a more empirical or operational level, which is, were we to conduct research, how would we go about taking the concept and beginning to operationalize it in ways that we can ask questions of the various target audiences? And one of the things that you would see in doing a little bit of a literature review around the idea of global citizenship education competences is that there is no consensus conceptual definition or operational definition. There are many different ways and approaches that people take to understand the various elements that one could presume to include under the idea of global citizenship education. And maybe just to take this one step further, and then I would like to introduce the panelist. One way to think about this would be to say, let's begin with a definition, to think about its components, and then think about how to contextualize it in many different settings around the world, or even within countries. Another way is to approach this from the bottom up, and that would be to ask people, whether they be young people or old people, how they understand certain aspects that you think of as being important or to include in a definition of global citizenship, and see what emerges from their responses. And you might get very different types of results. So partly we have a very distinguished group of 3 very experienced researchers, scholars who have been working in this area. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Professor Esther Kerr, who works both with governmental and non-governmental organizations on education reform with a focus on 21st century skills and assessment. She's been coordinating a new indicator for Target 4.7, and she's been working with EPSAU, the Asia Pacific Center for Education of International Understanding, on global citizenship education here in Asia. She's, in the last few years, been working with colleagues in Africa in a project called Alive that various colleagues in East Africa have been developing an assessment of life skills in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. And her career spans more than 20 years at the University of Melbourne, where she's currently a professorial scholar. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So without further ado, she'll be speaking here about, and let me just make sure I get this, a generic model and its blockers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aaron, and good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to those of you who are not in the room. What I'm going to say today has been stimulated by some work that I've been doing recently, where it's become very clear to me that there are many countries looking to reform curricula or to revise curricula and to take into consideration lots of different priorities. And some of those countries have been finding it difficult to bring the different priorities together. And so that's really made me start thinking a lot about how do we manage to integrate many new priorities into education systems. So typically when we look to design programs and to monitor them, we look at the end goals. We look at what we want to achieve. And then we work back from those end goals in a backwards design process to think about what we need to put into place in order to achieve those goals. Now, that means that achievement is measured against that end goal or outcome, rather than looking at the contributing components. And what I'm suggesting, or what I'm considering, is that maybe we should be looking instead at measuring the outputs, i.e. the outputs that come before those big outcomes, before those goals. And what is the reason for that? The reason is that when we look at lots of different new priorities, when we look at them analytically, they contain a lot of the same components. And so I wonder whether it might not be better to focus on those components rather than to focus on that end goal. So here I hope in a moment, or maybe not, yes. So 3 issues. I'm aware there's lots more than 3 issues, but 3 issues will do for now. These are some of the issues that confront these education systems when they're looking to revise and review their curricular frameworks. And if they're looking at global citizenship, an immediate question goes to Aaron's point about definition. What does global citizenship mean? Then they need to think about, do I want to adopt it? And then they're faced with lots of competing priorities, which might be set by their national government systems, and think about how do they bring all those together. And so examples of different priorities. So not only do we have global citizenship, we have sustainable development, the concept of global competency, climate change, and of course we're talking about transformative education, which might be an umbrella or it might not be. And so we need to be thinking about how does an education system or a country think about bringing these together. 2 quick examples. I've been fortunate enough to work with Bhutan for a very short time with IConGCED, and I saw them looking to accommodate their gross national happiness concept, global citizenship, and values education. If I look at a country like Uganda, they're trying to bring together generic competencies, life skills, values, as well as other cross-cutting issues like environmental awareness, health awareness, citizenship, life skills, and so on. So how are countries meant to bring all these together when they're looked at as separate goals? Is there another way of looking at it? And so I'd like to talk about this, which I'm sure is familiar to many of you. This was the 2016 draft model for global competency. And it's not detailed, but it takes a nice holistic perspective that you bring together knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values, and that when you bring those together, you form competencies, and that if you have those competencies, you're then able to take action. So it's a very nice, logical model. And what we need to be thinking about is, can we combine a lot of these specific goals, the contributing components to them, in a way that fulfills each of those big targets, but maximises the efficiency of looking at the contributing elements. So each of those goals are movements in their own right, but they have a lot in common. So there might be lots of ways of looking at this. This is a quick way. We've got traditional education, and typically we have most valued knowledge. That's not to say that we haven't valued the other things, but typically knowledge, content has been the big thing. We've got global citizenship. We know it rests on knowledge, skills, attitudes and values. Climate change education, it rests on the same three areas. Transformative education, whatever that might be, obviously also values the skills, the attitudes and the values. So each of those goals or movements has a great deal in common, and they all require what I would term 21st century skills, or here in Asia, East Asia, we might call transversal competencies more typically. And so what's interesting to think about is, can we focus on those transversal competencies, seeing them as enabling characteristics that will combine to produce the outcomes in which we're interested in terms of the labelling of these different systems. So on the right-hand side here, you can see global citizenship, sustainable development, the global competency, climate change, with those enabling characteristics predicting or contributing to each of those. Obviously, each of those has knowledge or content knowledge varying across them, but we've got this very strong core group of competencies that all contribute to these same particular outcomes that we value. And so what I'm saying here is, maybe we should be focusing on those outputs as our goals, rather than the specific labels that we're attributing to the movements in education. So when I talk about the enabling characteristics, what am I talking about? What you can see here in front of you is one conceptualisation of this. As with any of these ideas, it's going to vary across country, it's going to vary across region. And so this particular word cloud is an assembly of the life skills, generic competencies, whatever you might want to call them, coming out of Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda. So we have the core competencies, and we also have values and attitudes that are also common across the countries. So this particular assembly of competencies or characteristics is just assembled from all their curricular frameworks. So all of these, if you look at them, they make sense in terms of a global citizenship contribution. And if we come back, however, back to the education systems, anybody here can look at this and think, well, that looks awfully confusing. That's too much. We're just as complicated here as we are looking at each of the labelled outcomes. But we can look at this in different ways. We can bring it down, for example, just to the core competencies themselves across these three countries. So you can see very similar or very familiar areas like cooperation, critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving. And we've already heard today quite a bit about problem solving and critical thinking. So these sorts of TVC, transversal competencies, as I said, you'll get slightly different groupings of them across different countries or regions, but there's definitely a core grouping there that I think most of us would recognise. And so if we think about bringing those together, then we need to think about how can you implement into curriculum. And I know that we're going to have some sessions, I think, tomorrow on pedagogy as well, which maybe will bring this out. But this is sort of going to the second point of what I want to talk about, which is we're thinking about deconstructing or making more simple the concept of global citizenship. But we're also thinking about how do you bring that into an education system in a way that teachers will be able to work with. And so what I've been reflecting about is we need to think about what the notion of a global citizen is. A global citizen is somebody who takes action, is one of the points that makes most sense to me. And so if we're seeing global citizens as people who have integrated all the competencies, attitudes and values that we see as aligned with the concept, then hopefully they're going to take some action about it. And already we heard this morning, both from Director Lim and then later from Professor Lee, about urgency for action, about let's get something moving. So it seems to me we really need to focus on that when we're talking about integration into pedagogy. And what that means is modelling. It's modelling of behaviours. It's not direct instruction. So it's no good any of us saying to students in a room, you should, ... Saying that is not engaging. It doesn't give a reason for it. It's merely another older person saying to a younger person that I know better than you. And that's not going to get anywhere. So what we need is for teachers to be modelling the behaviours. So that's the first point that I want to make about the implication of a focus on transversal competencies for enabling global citizenship. The second part is to look at some of those competencies or characteristics and, using Aaron's words, deconstruct them. That's particularly easy if we think about notions of critical thinking or problem solving, because we know we can deconstruct those constructs into series of steps. And we also know that we can teach those steps, and that if we teach those steps across different subject areas in different levels of teaching, the concept will be generalised such that the students should be able to enact those. So these two aspects for thinking about teaching and learning practices associated with global citizenship. First, we need it to be modelled. We need it to be modelled by everybody, but particularly by the teachers in the classrooms. And the second is for teachers and for the community more broadly to understand how you can deconstruct very complex concepts in ways that they are more amenable to use by young people. So going back to that point I made a few moments ago, this issue about urgency, I think that we can see that there are different ways of integrating the competencies that we want to see young people demonstrate. I think we can acknowledge the actual content knowledge that is specific to each of those education movements can be integrated into subject-specific areas. But what shifts an individual from being competent to doing something? And that's been something very much on my mind, and I would imagine it's on many people's mind. We see such terrible things happening. We talk about the need to do something, but getting that trigger doesn't work so well. And so I'd been thinking about all of these intrinsic and as well as extrinsic factors that might enable action. But then, of course, I listened this morning to Pat Dolan and to Professor Lee, and one of the solutions, I think, that they are proposing is that it's empathy, that empathy might help us to trigger action. So let's hope that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. So maybe one way to think about what Esther has shared with us is that perhaps one of the goals of unpacking or deconstructing global citizenship education as a concept is to be able to identify certain aspects that are shared or certain core competencies within that idea. And I think also from the example that she provided, that core or that area that might be shared may be region-specific, may be something that isn't universal necessarily, but rather shared amongst a group of countries in a particular region. And the reason I emphasize that, because our next speaker, Kaylin Roos, who's currently director of the Cultural Institute in Timisoara, Romania, and is also an associate professor at the West University in the same city. For the last 25 years, he has been very intimately involved in various projects and activities of the Council of Europe related to intercultural education, education for democratic citizenship, and human rights education. And he was a very important member of the Council of Europe's creation of something known as the Reference Framework of Competencies for Democratic Culture. And so he brings experience as a researcher, as somebody who has been training teachers and teacher educators, and also developing materials and other curricular reforms in this area, in part based on this reference framework that he'll be presenting to us here in a talk that is called The Reference Framework of Competencies for Democratic Culture and Global Citizenship Competencies. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and present this work of the Council of Europe, in which I had the chance of being involved for several years, and that still continues. And it is based on a process that I will try to describe in the first part of my intervention, and make some comments about some key elements of this reference framework of competencies for democratic culture. Then I will spend a few minutes explaining and arguing that this can be a significant, interesting contribution on the reflection on GCED and how it can be connected with GCED and with SDG, especially 4.7. And then I will also say a few words about how it can be, or how it is currently operationalized in different countries in Europe. So yes, this is the core part, what you see on the screen, the core part of the reference framework of competencies for democratic culture, a model of competence that actually looks like something like the word cloud that Professor Kerr just presented from the curriculum analysis in some countries in Africa, combined with some of the interventions of Professor Dolan and Professor Lee before, and organized in a way that I think is compatible with the ideas that were shared also by the previous speakers. This was, in fact, the first model of competence, as far as I know, that has recognized values as a component of competence. And then it had an impact on other reflections on competencies in different other settings, Whether values are seen separately or combined with attitudes, that can be discussed. But here we have values really clearly distinguished from the attitudes. We also have, as you can see in this model of competence, the knowledge part, but it's not knowledge by itself. And this, I think, joins what Professor Keir just said, that we do not actually need an accumulation of knowledge, especially in our situation today where access to knowledge is really something that everybody has. But what we actually need is knowledge combined with critical understanding, so that we make sense of the knowledge, so that we connect knowledge and we make different types of connections between knowledge and reality. And in order to get to this critical understanding of the knowledge, we of course need critical thinking skills and related intellectual skills, but we also need autonomous learning skills so that we continue to learn and process and understand the information, the knowledge that we get and what is happening around us in society. As you can see, we have also empathy as part of this model, and it's in the part of the skills. We do understand it like every other concept here. This is clearly defined in the publications of the Council of Europe. We understand empathy as a skill, as an ability to put yourself in the perspective of the other, understand the perspectives of the others, what they feel, what they think. And we also have a certain number of attitudes that were also, some of them already mentioned, that are very important when we speak about this topic of living together in a society where we have respect for human rights and the principles of democracy, but also, as you can see in the section of value, we also appreciate cultural diversity, and we have as well concern for equality and equity between every human being. Then there are many other things, many other comments that can be made about this model, but I will just emphasize for now these elements, and I will say a few more things when arguing for the connection between this and the GCED. But I want to add also the fact that this model is just the core of the reference framework. Besides this model of competence, we also have in the reference framework a specific and statistically validated competence descriptors. For each of these 20 elements, we have a list of observable behaviors, so kind of outputs, like Professor Keir presented, that illustrate that a person possesses a certain degree, a certain level of proficiency in any of these elements. There were a lot of discussions on whether it's possible to have such descriptors of competence for values and for attitudes, but it seems that it's possible. We've argued for this, and we're ready to share the data we have to anybody who wants it. Besides the descriptors and the model of competence, we also have, of course, the conceptual part in which we clarify the concept of democratic culture, which we understand, the Council of Europe understands as a society in which democratic processes are embedded in the life, everyday life, in which there is not only democratic institutions and laws, but it's also a way of living and involvement of citizens in democratic life. And of course, we have also a practical part, which is including several ideas, suggestions, and examples of how the model of competence and the descriptors can be used in practice in different areas of education, from training of teachers to teaching practice, and to the use in addressing specific situations, challenging situations that we face in the school and in the society. As you can see also, we have a very important element that connects to what Professor Lee said earlier, a knowledge and critical understanding of the self, we call it. So this means also reflecting of who we are, and we argue that we are many things. We don't have to make choices, but we should be aware of how different groups that we belong to combine in making what we are. We also have a lot of aspects that are related to communication and interaction and cooperation and management of conflict, as you can see in the model. One thing I want to underline is that these are seen as all of them being components of something that we want to achieve, we need in society and we want to achieve in school. The Council of Europe argues that these are elements that education systems should consider as a key part of their mission. And this has been acknowledged also by the ministers of education of all the countries in Europe. First, when the model was first published in 2016, and the most recently, again, just a few days ago, and when we had the Conference of the Ministers of Education in Europe at the end of September in Strasbourg. So it is something that has been built in a way that not as a theoretical model, not as something that has been deducted from theory, but as something that resulted from the analysis of over 100 models of competencies that were unpacked and that were then reconstructed into this model. So this is actually building on the theoretical and empirical studies of many researchers in different parts of the world, not just in Europe, and this was the result. Now we want to argue about the connections between this model and GCED and target 4.7. And there are many comments that we can make, and you can see mentions of cultural diversity, of peace and nonviolence in relation to conflict resolution, and also some other aspects in terms of content. And I would like to emphasize the connection that can be made with respect to this attitude that is part of the model that is called civic mindedness. And this refers to the attitude that we have towards others, not looking only at our own interests, but considering the interest and the benefit of what other people beyond us. And that is not related to any kind of specific level, but it includes all levels, from the village level that was mentioned to the global community. And this is very important in the framework, this emphasis on belonging to humanity as a global community and having civic mindedness towards the global community. This is also connected with knowledge and critical understanding. We see mention explicitly of sustainability, for example, and there is an ongoing process now that was validated at this conference that I mentioned a few days ago, that the Council of Europe would further develop the connection between this model of competencies and education for sustainable development, which is already there, but it's not so explicit. And there are also other connections that can be made with respect to the values also that were mentioned and some of the attitudes. I want to then take a few minutes to say about the use of this model and this framework in Europe. We already have different experiences in different countries, from very small countries to really large countries in Europe, that have used this framework to make changes in the curriculum, similar to what we already heard in some previous presentations, and also use them in a practical way to design learning activities, to train teachers, and also improve assessment. Because assessment is a challenging task when it comes to this kind of combination of values, attitudes, and skills, and critical understanding. And the bank of descriptors that we have and the methodology that has been developed around that can be a useful tool in developing effective and also adequate, I would say, ethical assessment. To end, I would like to underline that the Council of Europe is proposing this to be seen not just as an individual subject-based aspect, so we don't need another subject in the school dealing with these. Some of these are part already of many curriculum subjects in every education system. Some of them are not. They are not usually considered as necessary or appropriate for curriculum aims, but they are. And the Council of Europe is proposing that this should be a whole school approach, so that we would see an explicit focus on developing these elements of competence throughout the school activities. What is being done in every school subject, in cross-curricular activities, in extracurricular activities, and embedded also in the different aspects of the life of the school, including, for example, commitments of the school to promote sustainability, awareness of issues around sustainability or other global issues. There are many other things that could be added about the framework. Some of the practical applications I will also mention in the concurrent session, including some that are done in my country or that my organization, Intercultural Institute, is promoting in different European projects. But I would like to conclude with just one comment about putting these elements in practice. To refer back to what Professor Dolan said previously, empathy is important, other things are also important, so how do we pass this message to the teachers? And in the approach that the Council of Europe is promoting, it's not about having 20 things more besides what we are already doing, but to design curriculum elements and learning activities that generate opportunities for students to develop different clusters, different combinations of these elements of competence. And we have proofs and we have examples of very interesting and effective learning activities that can stimulate learners to connect to the values and to develop their attitudes, their skills, and their critical understanding, and also accumulate knowledge that makes sense for them and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roos. So one of the things that emerges from his presentation is that the European community has a very ambitious project, which is not simply to capture and reflect the diversity of approaches that are taking place in each of the national education systems, but to create something that is more regional, where there's some buy-in at the regional level that captures certain commonalities. And clearly, although he probably didn't have a chance to expound upon this, this involves a fairly prolonged political process of consultations, of literature reviews, of discussions. And I raise this issue only to juxtapose it in the way in which we've opened the conference around the concept of global citizenship education, speaking to the moment of the urgent crises that education systems are being asked to address, and posing potentially the difficulty of engaging in prolonged political consultations when urgency is, as it were, the byword or the keyword here. I just bring it out as an issue here. As we move to our third speaker, who will now, I think, represent perhaps one of the most diverse regions of the world, Asia Pacific, whether it be in terms of demography or religion or ethnicity or language or political experiences. There's absolutely no doubt that the Asia-Pacific region has a level of diversity perhaps unlike any other region in the world. And part of, I think, the value added that Professor Lee Monsoon will provide is thinking about these in some analytical fashion. Is it possible to create an understanding of global citizenship competence in such a diverse and very interesting region of the world? So Professor Lee Monsoon is a professor of educational policy here in the Republic of Korea in Yonsei University. He has held appointments at the University of Canberra and the University of Hong Kong. Much of his research focuses on cross-national comparisons of educational policy and practice. He's published extensively, more than 100 papers in these areas, and he's been recognized by various international scholarly communities for his work. We're delighted to invite him to speak about mapping the emerging landscape of global citizenship education research in Asia Pacific, implications for transformative learning. The floor is yours.
Thanks for the introduction. My name is Moo Sung-Lee from Yonsei University here in South Korea. Truth be told, I feel obliged to say that this is my first presentation about global citizenship education. By training, I'm a comparative education researcher with a focus on education administration. So given my academic background, currently I don't feel the heavy burden of having to be an expert on this topic. Instead, I feel a little bit comfortable with the lightness of being a beginner on this topic, which I'm gonna talk about for the next 15 minutes. Of course, experts were once beginners too, right? And they probably felt just as clueless as I do now, except I have a little bit fancy PowerPoint presentation here though. Okay, let me move on. My presentation aims to map the emerging landscape of research on GCED competencies conducted in the Asia-Pacific region. So the key research question there was, what are the distinctive features of research on GCED competencies in this region? So to do that, I conducted a review of 36 studies, including mostly peer-reviewed articles related to global citizenship education. So here's the conceptual framework that I developed for this study. The horizontal axis represents multiple multi-centered locals as the agent of that articulate and practice GCED. Thus, this signifies that discourses or ideas or global citizenship have manifested in diverse regions. For example, even the idea of global citizenship in Europe is considered not as universal articulations of global citizenship, but rather as one regional articulation, part of the articulation by multiple regions. So taking this awareness into account, on the left of this axis, I position the Western world, and on the right, the Asia-Pacific region. In between this continuum, various other regions can be placed. Of course, Asia-Pacific itself is not a homogeneous monolithic entity, but just for simplify a presentation, I put this way. Now, the vertical axis represents a continuum of global citizenship as institutionalized forms, such as competencies, which are placed at the top, and the global citizenship as abstract ideas or discourses, which are placed at the bottom. The top signifies GCED competencies that are being institutionalized. So specifically here, being institutionalized means creating and implementing specific rules and procedures to endorse a specific idea in formal organizational situation. That is institutionalizing global citizenship as competencies means incorporating that into a formal education system or curricula, if you like, where it is practiced, assessed, and measured as competencies in educational organizations. The bottom of the vertical axis represents global citizenship as abstract forms, such as philosophical ideas or discourses. So, the quadrants resulting from this intersection of two axes convey the following meanings. Quadrant number 1 presents GCED curricula and educational practices at the national or regional level across different regions in Asia Pacific, and likewise quadrant 2 represents similar things across the Western world. So more importantly in this quadrant 2 also represents discourses and frameworks on GCED which are predominantly led by major international organizations and some major nonprofit organizations. They are mainly rooted in the Western world, such as UNESCO, OECD, EU, Oxfam, and International Baccalaureate Organization. So basically, these organizations have consolidated and translated discourses on global citizenship competencies into their conceptual framework or matrix of GCED. And then quadrant 3 and 4 represent the global citizenship discourse inherent in the Western and the Asia-Pacific indigenous ideas, respectively. So there are several conceptual terms that literally represent the relationship between the quadrants. They are indicated as arrows in this framework. The first arrow, adaptation, represents a number of studies that I reviewed. Basically, that those studies critically capture the adaptation of GCED from quadrant 2 to quadrant 1. These studies highlight certain issues, specifically when much of the discourses and practices of GCED in the Asia-Pacific region is locally adapted from those of IGOs and NGOs. So I use the term adaptation here to describe this phenomenon. And this adaptation could be called localization, if you like, that adapts contents to fit into local history and context, which could be seen as positive aspects of adaptation. However, at the same time, adaptation can also have a negative features when it involves just mere copying, just mentioning international organizations' indicators in their framework or practices in GCED, or it is used reactively for the legitimacy of domestic policy in some countries. So in these processes, sometimes pretty excessive modifications and editing can distort the original meaning, which could be seen as appropriation. And the second arrow includes research that presents the possibility of reverse adaptation from quadrant 4 to quadrant 1 and then quadrant 2. These studies differ from the mainstream discourse by showing discussion on indigenous global citizenship in the Asia Pacific. The blue arrows here encompasses a body of research that navigates the origins of indigenous ideas and concepts that currently inform the discourses on GCED competencies. This line of research aims to connect quadrant 4 to quadrant 1. I guess there are also numerous studies that explore the connection between quadrant 3 and quadrant 2, indicated in the yellow arrow. Another yellow arrow shows the line of research that I reviewed, basically saying that interfaces or dialectics between quadrant 3 and quadrant 4. These studies basically attempt to find connections between global citizenship thinking in the Asia-Pacific region and Western philosophy of cosmopolitanism. Of course, I'm conscious of time, so I'll focus on adaptation and reverse adaptation in this presentation. So here are my reflections based on my literature review. The number 1, the studies falling under this category of adaptation raise concerns about simple adoption or consumption of GCED driven by Western-based IGOs. Also, some studies were concerned about excessive adaptation, including like nationalist tint in GCED in some countries. this case might be seen as appropriation. So consequently, there might be an issue of double adaptation, which I call. If we accept Mignolo's argument, he is saying that basically today's discourse on global citizenship is pretty rooted in the West. If this assertion is accepted, then contemporary discourse on global citizenship and related narratives may have their origins in the West, tracing back temporarily to ancient Greece and conceptually to Western modernity, which would be a form of re-Westernization. So from this perspective, negative aspects of adaptation can potentially extend to the broader issue of double adaptation. I reckon the study categorized within the reverse adaptation can offer a critical perspective on the institutionalization process of GCED within dominant discourse, often led by IGOS once again. For example, a case study from Philippines where political democracy is not firmly established and socio-economic inequality is pervasive. This study demonstrates how GCED can provide students with open, safe, and vibrant spaces for critical discussing controversial social and political issues. The study highlights the importance of GCED in providing students with the tools and spaces to critically engage with contentious issues, fostering critical thinking and action. So I reckon this is a real-world example that illustrated the idea of how transformative learning of students contribute to macro-level goals like social justice. This suggests that global citizenship should not be reduced to a narrow set of competencies mostly provided by major international organizations or provided by external agencies. So in summary, what I'm saying here is the studies categorized within reverse adaptation question what competencies are needed in this region and how they should be defined and incorporated in the regional context. Another reflection I want to share is there was a number of studies seeking the origins of global citizenship idea in indigenous thought in the region. There is a bit of a radicality in this line of research because these studies implies whether global citizenship should be conceptualized as competencies. These studies basically see global citizenship as more than competencies. For example, global citizenship is characterized as virtue, character, moral qualities, spirituality, etc. So, of course, understanding global citizenship as competencies is in and of itself beneficial. I agree, given that it is an effective way to institutionalize global citizenship in our school curriculum and system. However, I guess especially when trying to conceptualize GCED as something transformative, this indigenous thought could be valuable sources for thought experiments. Final reflection is there is no unified perspective or educational practice of Asia-Pacific global citizenship. This diversity arises from the multitude of voices and cultural backgrounds that share the discourse and educational practices related to GCED. So while there is a certain degree of convergence with international organizations' perspective, I also witness area of divergence from my literature review. So the discourse and educational practices in the Asia-Pacific region are multi-centered with multiple voices. Conclusion. The title of this year's International Conference on Global Citizenship Education is Unpacking GCED, as you know, and Transformative Learning for Critical Empowerment. Some people might perceive the adjectives and nouns used in the conference title as mere rhetoric devoid of tension. However, in light of events in Israel and Palestine over the last few days, I couldn't help but think that the title of this international conference contained a sense of urgency. So while preparing my presentation, I have contemplated the vocabulary transformative. The adjective transformative implies substantial and substantive changes, not just mere improvement. To be literal, I would say transform means to change form. Here, form represents certain state of existence, and trans signifies the movement between various forms. In essence, moving between different forms of existence may refer to as seeking most suitable or relevant forms within the diversity. In this regard, I believe that unpacking GCED for transformative learning is about discovering the most relevant forms of GCED within the diverse Asia-Pacific context. Whether Western-centric or more specifically international organizations-driven global sort of global grammar of GCED competencies may certainly have universal values. I'll give you that. But I also think that seeking diverse regional universes of global citizenship is transformative in and of itself. Final slide. I'm conscious of time. Indigenous thinking in the Asia-Pacific region points out that education has been trapped for too long in a materialistic, growth-oriented paradigm. For instance, indigenous thinking of Pacific Island communities, such as concept of Pacifica, that concept challenges Western conception of the individual, while Western educational philosophy and policies in general assumed learners as fundamentally autonomous and self-directed individuals. However, the concept of Pacifica challenges this notion by highlighting that the concept of individual itself is not clear-cut. Instead, what matters to Pacifica learners is understanding how they are positioned in time and space connected to the past, present, and the future. And this view resonates with the advocating for education to be redefined as a community endeavor rather than an individual achievement. I believe that when such indigenous ways of thinking coexist in a multi-centric manner, we can move toward transformative learning for critical empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Very interesting thoughts that has provided. We now have, I guess, about 15, 17 minutes for questions and discussion. And I invite both the audience here in person and also those that are online to write down your questions for particular presenters or for the panel generally, and we will try to ask as many as we possibly can. While we're waiting for those questions to come in, allow me, and I do apologize to the organizers because I'm going to ask a question that I had not posed prior, but I do think that it is a question that I think is important. As we know, Target 4.7, which encapsulates the international legitimacy around both education for sustainable development and global citizenship education, speaks about all learners, not just learners in formal education and in school. It speaks about transforming knowledge and skills for all learners. And almost all the presentations that we've heard thus far at this conference have focused almost exclusively on the ways in which global citizenship education should be understood and analyzed and implemented and potentially assessed primarily among learners in schools, whether it be primary, secondary education and potentially even higher education. To what extent, and this is my question, are the models that you have been promoting, advancing, or understand in this area of global citizenship, do you see them as equally relevant and applicable to adult learners, to those who are no longer in the formal education system, that are engaged in more non-formal and informal learning experiences? And I underscore this also to think about the issue of urgency and transformation, because many people would argue that given the scope and multiple crises that we're experiencing, focusing only on the younger generation today, while important, doesn't give justice, or in other words, it squanders the opportunity to also transform learners who are no longer in school, who are part of older generations. So I'd like to ask each of the panelists maybe to give a brief response to that question.
Thank you, Aaron. My thoughts immediately go to the work that's being completed in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. So just over 2 years ago, those countries got together because they wanted to understand what the levels of proficiencies were of young people throughout the countries, both those in school and out of school. And the first step that the countries took was to try to understand what some of the related concepts, how they would be understood by communities. And so there was a huge contextualisation study undertaken on a number of different constructs. They included things like problem solving, self-awareness, respect, collaboration. And they drew definitions and understandings from rural and urban areas, from parents, from teachers, from village leaders, and from adolescents, in order to try to understand what their understandings of these concepts were. So we're not talking specifically about global citizenship here, but about those competencies that contribute to things like global citizenship. And then based on those contextualised understandings, the countries then put together some assessment tools to try to work out what the competencies of young 13 to 17-year-old adolescents were across the 3 countries. And so since that time, there's been 45,000 young people assessed in villages through household-based assessment. I think, and then that information then is used as data to inform non-government organisations as well as the education systems across each of those countries. So it's a very good example of the fact that people are concerned about exactly what you mentioned. So it's not only about whether it's in school or out of school, it's about what is understood in a local community or in a region or in a country about understandings of skills. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Well, in my case, the answer is simple. The reference framework of the Council of Europe emphasizes that it is equally valid for all learners, regardless of age or education setting. Of course, how it's done, it's different, has to be adapted to age or to different other aspects. We do have also a separate set of descriptors for children, for under the age of 10, but all the other things remain valid from my perspective. Yeah.
Professor Lee?
Right, I guess my answer would be also simple. You know, obviously education occurs not just in school, but also it just happens throughout our lives. It's pretty true. Lifelong learning is always, around us. So, but the reason we are focusing on global citizenship at the K-12 level, if I say, the reason is because we could institutionalize global citizenship as sort of tangible forms using our curriculum and assessment system. That's why we are focusing on that. But at the same time, I believe, same types or similar types of competence that should be also applied to other populations or people like informal or non-formal context, definitely. So in that sense, I believe shifting focus from individual, just K-12 students to more collective actors could possibly broaden the processes and perspectives and outcomes of GCED potentially. So in that sense, that is a pretty, I think, one of the directions we could think of is if we really want to develop this idea to larger populations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think this partly speaks to this idea, the distinction between a whole institutional approach, which primarily focuses on schools or educational organizations, versus a whole community or a whole society approach, which would see the various kinds of interventions by either government or non-governmental actors as developing potential synergies in this area. Again, speaking to the question of urgency, that only by mobilizing many different leaders and actors within a community could you expect to bring about some fundamental transformative changes beyond the status quo. I wonder if we have questions that have come up from the floor that we'd also like to ask at this point. I mean, I have a list of other questions that I could ask, but I certainly want to give other participants a chance. Thank you very much. Okay. Here's a question to Professor Lee. Based on everything shared, does it mean that IGOs, the international government organizations, and non-governmental organizations should develop one framework, including all those different views, or several frameworks based on regional realities and needs?
Well, that's a good question.
We're trying to get good questions up here.
All right. Yeah, a little bit daunting to answer quickly, though. I reckon some GCED competencies may have universal values and principles, definitely. But my argument was that should be adapted and contextualized to different groups of people based on their language and religion, etc. So I would say, on the one hand, there are certain core values and principles of GCED that could be broadly applicable. And then we should pursue that sort of more universal principles or values in relation to GCED. At the same time, what I'm saying here would be different communities and different cultures, they have unique worldviews and our own way of thinking. And then respecting and learning from their unique indigenous thinking would be another way to enrich our understanding of GCED. That was my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have two more questions here, and they perfectly, I have one for Professor Kerr and one for Professor Roos. Esther, you've been asked, focusing on the enabling outputs through transformative education, is there a rethinking on assessment framework in this case? Are the 3 countries in East Africa designing suitable assessment as part of their curricular transformation? Right up your alley.
Yeah, this is a vexed question, a mischievous question.
Somebody, you must have paid somebody in the audience to ask it.
So I need to put my personal perspectives aside from my professional ones sometimes. We know that many countries see a great need to assess summatively. And we also know that many countries increasingly want to assess formatively. And from my own perspective, formative assessment makes every single little piece of sense because it's a pedagogical strategy and it's geared to help students to learn. Unfortunately, the degree of knowledge and familiarity that teachers have both with assessment, i.e. assessment literacy, and with the nature of the competencies that lead to global citizenship is not well developed. And I'm aware that countries all over the world are concerned about the fact that they're introducing things into their curriculum that their teachers are not familiar with, and that in some countries, pre-service teacher education is trying to increase both assessment literacy as well as bring these new concepts into curriculum. But in the meantime, we have assessment groups and examinations councils in many countries who believe that they need to show that there are particular standards in terms of these competencies and that the students have met those standards. And so what that means in turn is that some of those councils or groups are attempting to assess these competencies in the same way as they may have been assessing content knowledge for many years. And that is not going to lead to a good place. And so I think we're a little bit out of sync in terms of the needs and the amount of assessment literacy behind it. And to answer the question shortly though, yes, those countries are interested in assessment, but they vary. So Uganda, for example, is quite interested in really pushing the formative assessment approach with these competencies, whereas in one of the other countries, you find that that's a little bit different. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So here we have a question for Director Roos. Democratic culture, competencies, and all values, attitudes, skills, knowledge, and critical understanding are related to the practical basis. The behavioral part is very important. How are these competencies linked to the technology, such as ICT, as a pedagogical means in the teaching learning process? What are the strategies to make these competencies practical through the use of ICT?
Yes, great question, of course. We can look at it in two ways. Well, one way is very easy. ICT can be a very valuable tool for designing learning activities and learning environments that develop these competencies. These elements of competence are the same that are needed in real life and in online life. And young people today live in both. So we need to do both. And the Council of Europe has a specific program called the Digital Citizenship Education Program, which is based on this framework and which aims exactly at supporting education systems and teachers in this endeavor to use the online environment to develop these competencies, but also to have processes of learning about how these competencies are to be used in online life.
Thank you very much. So I would like to wrap up this session by indicating that one of the nice things about being asked to unpack the concept of global citizenship competencies that we don't necessarily have to reassemble and provide concrete solutions, although many concrete solutions were formulated here. So partly, I think the goal of this session is to get us to think more critically about some of the concepts that are being used, to understand the very different contexts in which they're being applied, and to see potential synergies across settings, not to think of every setting as being idiosyncratic and inherently unique, but also that there are shared concerns and potentially things that emerge as common interests. So I think with that, I'd like to thank each of the three panelists for very wonderful presentations. Please join me in thanking Professor Kerr, Professor Lee, and Director Roos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we are going to have a break until 5:20, and we will come back for the last session, plenary 3, by 5:20. Thank you. 바로 시작해요. 지금 몇 분이에요? 지금 몇 분이에요? 12분입니다. 그럼 3분. Okay. So may I have your attention, please? We will start plenary 3 in a couple of minutes. So please take your seat. I know that you are very excited about getting to know each other and all, but can we just start our plenary 3 so that we can also enjoy our banquet dinner? So let's just take 1 more minute so that everyone can be seated. Okay, so let's start the plenary 3. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to Plenary Session 3, Transforming Education for Transformative Learning. Well, this is the last panel of the day, and after this, you'll have dinner. There's one announcement before we start the session. As you may already know by now, if you have any questions or comments, please write down them in the paper on your table and pass it to the staff. Now, let me start the session. First, I would like to introduce the panel speakers, but as we do have 6 distinguished panelists, I decided to invite them to briefly introduce themselves. I think it's far better than my reading their biographical information for the next 15 minutes. For more detailed information, please check the program book. I will give an example. I'm Kyung-gu Han. I'm trained as a cultural anthropologist, and I have taught at universities for some more than 30 years. Currently, I'm Secretary General of the National Commission for UNESCO in Korea. Okay, your turn.
All right. My name is Michael Boachi Iyadom, and I am currently the Director General at the Institute for Educational Planning and Administration under the auspices of UNESCO, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. I also double as a faculty member at the same institute, and I teach courses related to educational planning, educational leadership, and educational administration. And one of my passionate areas of specialization is educational experiences of underrepresented student populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, good afternoon. I was already introduced this morning, but I'm Chris Castle. I'm the Director of the Division of Peace and Sustainable Development at UNESCO headquarters in Paris.
I had the opportunity to introduce myself slightly. My name is Karina Menzies-Ballantyne. As I mentioned, I'm from CQ University, Australia. I'm based in a regional town called Bundaberg in Queensland. I'm a teacher educator, but for the university, I co-lead Empower, which is a research cluster that looks at practically oriented, evidence-based research into education for global citizenship, global competence, and sustainable development.
My name is Umair Mushtaq. I'm from Pakistan. I am arts manager and cultural entrepreneur. I run The Little Art, a non-profit arts education organization in Pakistan, which was born in 2007. Just because of my services, recently the government of Pakistan honored me UN SDGs Excellence Award last week. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Berika Shkwagidze. I'm from Georgia, not the United States Georgia, it's the independent country of Georgia. I am the director of National Center for Teacher Professional Development. This is the agency operating under the Ministry of Education and Science of Georgia. We take care of all the teachers and the principals around the country. Also, we are pioneers of these SDG goals, also framework for competencies of democratic culture. And my passion, other than the football, soccer, is to teach future principals and teachers at one of the state universities in Tbilisi. So that's all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Didi Sukiadi. I'm the Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Indonesia University of Education. My background is actually language, so I'm a beginner in global citizenship education. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have these 6 distinguished panelists, but when I was told that I have to preside over a session with 6 panelists, I was terrified. You know, in the last session, you saw there were 3 panelists. But I was relieved to learn that we don't have to actually try to reach a consensus or narrow down discussions or focus on something. This session is devoted to sharing of diverse views, opinions, and suggestions. So with that in mind, you have 5 minutes each in the first round. I think the organization committee prepared 4 questions. So in the first round, you will answer 3 questions, which is, why do we need transformative education? And what does it require or entail? And how are we succeeding and or failing to bring a meaningful transformation into education and or through education? These are 3 questions you will answer in the first round, 5 minutes, starting with Dr. Boache Iadom. And the second round will start from my left. You are extreme right in the reverse order. And the second round question will be, what would be the main contribution of GCED, Global Citizenship Education, to transforming education and to transformative education, and what needs to be done further? Okay? So you have 5 minutes to answer the first 3 questions. And when that's over, you have 3 minutes to answer the last question. Is that clear? Okay, then we'll start. Please.
All right, thank you very much. I will try and get it done in 5 minutes. So I will begin with Ghana's cultural indigenous knowledge. Ghana as a country, and I believe many African countries, value our culture. And I'll pick just one example from our indigenous knowledge. There is this popular saying and belief in Ghana that the chief's words are final. So when the chief speaks, no one else speaks. Now, this has changed culturally to when a child learns how to wash his or her hands well, he or she is allowed to dine with the elders. So from a cultural point of when the chief speaks, you can't even question. And you can't even make a comment because that is final. He's a chief. To where once you know how to wash your hands well, if you understand the context, you can sit on the same table with the chiefs, with the elders, and then question them. So culturally, we've gone through many transformations. And from the cultural context to education, we are seeing many more transformations. So the first justification for me why we need transformative education is that even our culture is going through transformation. And then, as a committed member of the international community, and I'm referring to Ghana and many other African countries, and I'll limit myself to ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, the African Union, UNESCO, and the United Nations. And within this context, we have a responsibility to transform learning. And I'll again pick a few examples. If you look at the SDG 4, of course, there is focus on transformative learning. If you look at Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, a plan for action for people, planet, and prosperity, there is room for transformative education. UNESCO's Future of Education Initiative, Reimagining Education, transformative learning is there. Agenda 2063, Africa, the Africa we want, 2013 to 2063. There is transformative learning in there. And then Ghana's Education Sector Plan, 2018 to 2030, we are required to transform learning. And then just last year, September 2022, Transform Education Summit, I happened to be Ghana's national convener. And the summit itself, mobilizing action, ambition, solidarity, and solutions to recover pandemic-related learning losses and sow the seeds to transform education in a rapidly changing world. That is also transformative learning. And then, as follow-up to last year's Transforming Education Summit, countries made commitments, national commitments, and we are required to make sure that we fulfill these requirements. There are a lot of transformative learning agenda in that commitment statement that we made last year as a country, and we are working so hard to make sure that we stay glued to these commitments. And then last month, the United Nations SDGs Summit, 18-19 September, that was also some emphasis on transformative learning. And then the African Union has declared 2024 as a year of education. There's an element of transformative learning. And then just a few weeks ago, when the world celebrated teachers, the World Teachers Day, the theme, the teacher we need for the education we want, there is also an element of transformative learning there. So there is every justification that we all need to work together and stay committed to transforming education in Ghana and also in many African countries. And to conclude, the Ministry of Education in Ghana with its agencies, and I'll mention just three. NACA is the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. There are ongoing curriculum review, especially at the pre-tertiary level, to make sure that there is focus on transformative learning. The Ghana Education Service is doing the same. National Teaching Council is doing the same, making sure that we develop teachers who understand issues of global citizenship and can also drive the transformative learning agenda. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your efforts and achievement in Ghana. Well, next, we'll ask Mr. Christopher Kessel.
Thank you, Chair.
I think already today we've heard so many different examples of why we need transformative education. And all of them have been valid and persuasive in terms of what I was hearing. But I guess I want to draw us back to the basic issue of just we need to transform education because we need to be able to achieve SDG 4. We need to make sure that all learners have access to a good quality education. And then specifically, of course, a number of speakers earlier today made reference to Target 4.7, and I think that really speaks specifically to global citizenship education. For us at UNESCO, one of the things that we were, which has come up so strongly in the Transformative Education Summit, and also in terms of our work to support countries to move forward with global citizenship education, is to understand that education is transformative when learners learn what they need to learn to make the world a better place for themselves, their communities, societies, and for the world. And transformative learning is therefore learning that equips learners with the knowledge, values, and abilities to act for the betterment of all people on the planet. And I'm really, by the way, delighted to hear all the references to climate change education that have come up today, as responsible citizens of a global community. So those are just some thoughts on transformative education and learning. We know that education can help all of us connect with the world, and it exposes us to new possibilities and forms of thinking, strengthens our capacities for dialogue, to imagine, co-create, and to act. However, the question is, what do we need to transform in education so that education becomes transformative? So I want to just share 4 premises with you in terms of, I guess you could call them almost key ingredients that are important for transforming education. The first is that we need to continue to build education on the guiding principles that underpin human rights. And again, we've heard a number of speakers remind us of that. These principles need to include things like the right to the essential right to a quality education throughout life, inclusion, equity, cooperation, and solidarity, among others, and that are reflected in the revised text. And again, thanks to all the speakers who mentioned the revised 1974 recommendation, which concerns education for international understanding, cooperation, and peace, and education relating to human rights and fundamental freedoms. And hopefully, all of our UNESCO member states will formally adopt this revised 1974 recommendation next month at our General Conference. The second premise is that the purpose and goals of education are to contribute to build a more socially inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable world. And again, it was referenced earlier, the UNESCO 2021 report, Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education. And again, the soon-to-be-adopted 1974 recommendation provide us with a fresh review of the purpose and shared vision of education. So these are 2 really key references for us that we think are important. The third premise is that transforming education needs to be taken in a holistic and comprehensive manner. Changes to specific parts or components of the education system in and of themselves won't lead to the kind of transformation that we need. So a holistic education system approach, tying it to the broader social, political, and economic context is critical. And then finally, we need to engage all actors, educators, families, communities, students, ministry staff, and partners in our transformation efforts. I heard a number of people talk about the whole school approach. I think that would be a good way of summing it up. And we think about the whole school approach so many times when we're trying to sort of really achieve a transformation or a change in education. So I would point to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights. Well, in a sense, it's a very beautiful summary of the Reimagining Our Future Together report. Thank you very much. Next. Yeah.
Thank you. Why do we need it? We need transformational education because the only constant is change. And the only thing that has changed about change in the last few decades is that it is becoming more rapid and more complex. And we need young people, we need adults, we need all learners to be resilient and adaptable. In the Australian Goals for Education, we talk about active and informed members of our local and global communities. So transformative education needs to develop independent, critical and creative thinkers who are capable of and motivated to see past the clickbaits and have informed discussions and to act on some of the wicked problems that we are facing. So what does this entail? Active and informed requires education that motivates and inspires, whether it's through empathy or other means. We need to move away from teaching content. We need to use that content to teach conceptual understanding, to teach cognitive skills, social emotional skills, to build the types of values and attitudes that promote that community-minded child. The way we need to do this is, as Director Russ pointed out, is connecting that knowledge to the real world. And we know that a lot of students now are just getting through school so that they can get on with the real world. And there is this huge divide between the two. We need to bring that real world back into the classroom, and that's part of transforming education. Where are we succeeding or failing? Well, there's pockets of excellence everywhere. In classrooms, in university classrooms, there are passionate teachers, there are passionate lecturers, but we need to move away from this charismatic leader model because that teacher moves on, that lecturer moves on. We need actually to institutionalise that charisma, if you like, so that it becomes systemic, whether it's whole school or through a whole department or through a whole country. We also need to get rid of, which is my pet hate, so I apologise for the soapbox, we need to get rid of the either-or mentality. Either we get back to basics and do literacy and numeracy, or we do stuff like education for global citizenship. To me, that mentality has entrenched disadvantage for decades, because who gets the best back to basics rhetoric? The low socioeconomic, the disadvantaged schools and students. So they are the ones that are missing out on building the competencies that allow them to break the poverty of cycle. So we need to ensure that the type of education we're talking about, the equity and excellence that we're talking about through SDG 4, filters through and gets past that either or. The other either or mentality that bugs me is it's either national pride or global citizenship. You can have both. This type of education values diversity. It asks you to look at self. It asks you to come from your own values, your own culture, your own basis, and then embrace and understand and have empathy for the others. So it's not that we have to be either nationalistic or global citizens. We can easily do both, and the cosmopolitan mentality addresses that. We also need to look at the way we're training teachers and the freedom and the mandates we give those teachers. We have huge issues around teacher shortage and teacher attrition. We need to let them experiment. We need to let them fail sometimes in order to transform. And last but not least, the point that Professor Essa brought up earlier, we need to look at assessment. In our research, the biggest blocker to implementing this type of transformative education is, yes, but I have to teach to the test. Yes, but I have to get through this standardised assessment. Yes, but I have to get my students to university. Until we push past that mentality and move towards the sorts of assessment that the professor was speaking about, where we're measuring outputs and formative development and not just a number or a letter on a page in order to go to the next level of education or make the school look good, then we're going to have problems transforming education. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm fascinated. I completely agree with you, but I will ask you your question later. You mentioned emphasized the need to get rid of this either or mentality. Well, from a person who actually taught for more than 30 years in different settings, well, I would like to ask you whether this is a mentality problem or it's a real problem. We try to get over this, but it comes again and again. But as a presider, I will not be argumentative. And I will ask the question if there is time. Okay, so we'll move on.
Thank you. The question why we need transformative education is like, to answer it, a joke comes into my mind is like, why does it, I'm talking about my region, why does Pakistan need transformative education? Well, our education system should be as adaptable as a Pakistani's taste buds. Ready to handle spicy problems, sweet solutions, and everything in between. So that's the answer. And to answer like why we need it, while working at the grassroots level in Pakistan and working with the universities and schools, we have experienced that people does not know what the GCED, they ask about it. So we need to educate, we need to advocate more. Among many things, like why transformative education is essential in Pakistan, I just like quickly highlight three major things. One, holistic development. Transformative education fosters holistic personal development, addressing socioeconomic disparities, and promoting critical thinking that actually empowers a marginalized community and the other communities. So global perspective, it equips students with a global perspective and cultural awareness, so promoting tolerance and a sense of global citizenship. Third, why we need is sustainable future. Because the transformative education emphasis on the essential for addressing environmental challenges and contributing to a better future. To answer what does it require, among many things, like I would focus on four things. Continuous evaluation and adaptation. The education system should be continuously evaluated and adapted to ensure it remains responsive to the evolving needs of society and global landscape. Second, public awareness and advocacy. Raising public awareness about the importance of transformative education and advocating for its implementation is crucial to garner the support and resources. Third is policy reforms. Enact policies that revise curricula, promote gender equity, and integrate arts and technology. I'm specifically talking about in our region what we are facing and how it should be. And the fourth one, teacher training. It should be extensive one. Developing comprehensive teacher training programs for innovative pedagogy, global perspectives, and cultural sensitivity. How we are succeeding and the challenges. So through my work, we have been working in Pakistan from 2007 and many other organizations and working and doing efforts in that space. I would specifically talk about numbers, how we reached and how many people we have reached, which we consider our success. In 16 years, we have done 81 large-scale events and festivals in Pakistan. We have reached 9 million, more than 9 million children and youth who attended our programs. We have reached 5,600 schools who participated in our programs and workshops. We have conducted 6,130 workshops with teachers, children, and youth in Pakistan in the past 16 years. So success, what we did is promotion of arts in education. Yes. Success, it increased school enrollment and bridged the gender gap. And our efforts to modernize the curriculum. We worked with the government on that. Challenges we faced, quality of education. Because in the formal curricula, there is we sense and we feel there's not much integration of arts, which actually empowers and which actually gives the creative space for children and young people to work on that and empower themselves. Yes, and third and last one, inadequate teacher training, which we faced are ongoing challenges because it's very crucial, which we experienced, and it should be at the higher level to look at it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Congratulations on your achievement and also admiration for what you have done. Okay, next we will move to Mr. Berika Shukakis. Yes.
Thank you. When you ask this question and then shared with us, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. If you turn CNN on or any international news channel, you see that what's going on in the world. You don't need any other things to think about. That what's going on in the world. This is because we lack responsibility as human beings. Dr. Valentine, raised the question that are we global citizens or are we nationalists? We just have to answer this very simple, with a very simple answer. We have to just be human beings. And then what's going on in the world now? Sometimes you think that we as human beings, we do not act as human beings. And the sense of, and then when it comes to my region, I think that Dr. Rus and us, me and Natia, we represent former Soviet Union bloc. And when we talk about why we need to learn more about transformative education, we ask the question, we have to ask this question to ourselves, why we need, what we are going to transform. We came from 70 years of Soviet regime, and then we have to transform first our mental state and then the Homo Sovieticus mind, what we have still have, unfortunately. And most of our teachers, we are educated and raised during the Soviet regime. So we have a lot to transform. We have a lot to teach. And then my attitude is that when I talk to my colleagues, is that it's very hard to recreate or raise my mom, physics teacher, who is 74 years old. But I'm more optimistic to raise my son or daughter and then to help my mom to change her own behavior. Because she still teaches the same way she used to teach. You know, the physics teachers, they are very tough people. So when it comes to changing agents, I think that the students are the better changing agents who can help, who can transform their mindset and also to help households to behave more democratic way. When we talk about, when you go to UNESCO webpage, it says that to help students to raise responsible and active citizens. I think that, and then my colleagues at my office, we think that responsibility is the crucial thing to help students be more active citizens and more responsible citizens and global citizens at the end of the day. And then responsible, because responsibility comes, after responsibility, then comes the power. And then no government, no regime can occupy your mind when you are responsible and strong household and a citizen. So what we do now is that to help kids develop STEM projects, different type of projects, and then through working ethics, empowering them to be independent citizens, they will be responsible citizens as well. Because just talking, by preaching, you cannot succeed, especially in my part of the world. So we are educating teachers, we are educating principals. SDG goals are responsibility of every governmental institution in the country. But still, I strongly believe that only by talking and preaching, you cannot reach the goal. By doing, by research, by, like the educators know what I'm talking about, you are empowering students to be responsible citizens and then just to be human beings and respect others, other cultures and another, the age group or the gender. We won't have those type of issues if you are a hardworking man and woman on the field. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your views. Finally, Dr. Didi Sukyadi.
Okay, thank you. In my perspective, at least there are two backgrounds that make transformative education needed at the moment. First of all, we see the increasing interdependency among countries in the world. And the second one, we see that there are still some disparities among countries in the world between North and South, between East and West, that sometimes will create tensions and make the problems that we are facing more complicated. And I agree with my colleague Berha that we are human beings. We are the only creature in the world that have brain, mind, and also imagination. So we cannot rely the job of planning our future to other creatures, animals, or extraterrestrial creature. Yeah. So it is our responsibility to draft our own future, whether it will go to something good or will go to something bad. And we believe that the preparation of having individuals who have ability in overcoming the present and complex problems is through what we call transformative learning. Transformative learning, in every effort we are doing to nurture this trait, at least require someone who is able to create new values, who is able to reconcile between tension and dilemma, and someone who can take action. And in our experience, transformative education is underway in Indonesia through the policy that we call as independent learning. Through this policy at university level, all university students are required to study 1 semester outside the university walls through some activities like internship, entrepreneurships, community engagement, teaching assistant, a research project, independent study, and student exchanges. And at the faculty side, we are encouraged to adopt more learner-centered teaching approaches, such as using case method and case method. In our university at the moment, we are applying the principles of global citizenship education in one subject that we call civic education. This subject should be attended by all university students in Indonesia, not only in our university. And we are using project-based approach in this matter. And at the beginning, we are trying to identify the problems. And then the problems can be about global issues like poverty, gender bias, the migrant issue, refugee issue, and also, for example, global health, and also other global problems that we are facing at the moment. And after problem identification, the next step is choosing problems. And here they decide their own problems that they are interested in. And after that, they are required to gather information, whether from the field, for example, by interviewing source persons, or by reading, or by doing a small-scale research. And then they are developing portfolios, whether in the form of flyers, whether in the form of news, whether in the form of video or short movies. And the next one, they are challenged to showcase their portfolios. It is done whether in the form of online or offline. By showing their portfolio, they will be able to express what they have been experiencing in the previous stages. And after that, they are doing the reflection. It is to reflect on what they have been doing and to plan the future activities. In terms of what we call student exchanges, we also require the students to mix with our community to learn not only inside campus, but also outside the campus. And this will create positive feedback to them in terms of cultural understanding. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing with us what the Indonesian government started. I think it's extremely important to give students the chance to walk outside the campus while attending school, because they will give them the kind of sense extremely necessary for future work when they become high-ranking government officials or businessmen or the NGO leaders. Well, thank you very much. Meanwhile, we have these questions. Can you read the questions over there? Yeah, there is a question which says, to any speaker who wants to respond. So you are asked to volunteer. Question one is, many societies are still struggling with basic literacy and modernization of education. Well, this is the current situation. So in this situation, what does transformative education or global citizenship education mean to these societies, these struggling societies, and why do they still need it? And the follow-up question is, in what sense is transformative education or global citizenship education beneficial to these societies and their education when they have to tackle basic problems? Well, I think these questions are directly related with what Dr. Valentine mentioned, the need to go beyond this mentality. So I will ask you to respond first, and then I will ask any other panelists to go on. Okay.
Thank you. In my answer, I'd like to draw on some advice that I got from Kartikeya Sarabhai, who's the founder director of the Center for Environment Education in India. And some years ago, we were talking about the progress of India in terms of sustainable development. And he was showing me a graph that it was like basically the developed countries were going completely the wrong way and were being completely unsustainable. And he showed me another graph that says, here's what India needs to do. Not follow that path and develop up, but learn from those mistakes and jump over to the sustainable bit that these countries are now trying to go back to. So my answer to that question is, if you are developing a modernized version, for the want of a better term, within a particular country and dealing with basic issues, why not design it right from the ground up and start with equity and excellence, education for global citizenship, and address these basic needs through that lens?
Well, thank you very much. Would you like to respond to? Yes.
Yeah, so the second question. Societies struggling with basic literacy and modernization in what? Yes, so what does global citizenship education mean to such societies who are still struggling with the basic literacy and modernization? We believe that through global citizenship education and through the promotion of transformative learning, what they don't have, what they are lacking, the gaps in literacy, numeracy, and all that could be addressed. So Ghana has the Complementary Education Agency within the Ministry of Education. And what that agency does is to support out-of-school children. And a high percentage of out-of-school children in Ghana have never been to school. So in terms of literacy, numeracy, they don't have it. But what the agency does is to support them with basic skills through global citizenship education. And we are realizing that some of these kids are going back to school. So the Complementary Education Agency will encourage them and get some of them back to school. Those who can't even go back to school are supported with some skill training. So my point is that even though they might be struggling with basic literacy, through global citizenship education and other forms of support, it gets better. They end up becoming, for lack of a better term, better citizens, better Ghanaians, and better Africans. At the end of the day, even if they can't read and write, and they are better citizens, they become better citizens, they promote peace in their communities, they promote support for each other in their communities. It is solving part of the problem. So I guess my point is we shouldn't wait till they get the literacy and numeracy that they don't have before we introduce them to global citizenship. They must go together. As we try to resolve the literacy problems, we must at the same time integrate global citizenship education. And the goal is to get them to become better citizens in their various communities and societies. Thank you.
I think this is one of the real heart of the matter, where this actually had something to do with the Korean experience too, where when Korea economy developed and grew, and we joined the OECD and et cetera, some people began to argue that well, Korea became successful because it had an authoritarian regime. So with President Park Chung-hee, he kept the people silent and devoted all the energy in economic development. So economic growth first and democracy. But there are others who criticized this view because, well, which country did not want to develop economically? They all wanted to develop, but they failed. It's not because President Park Chung-hee was successful in repression, but it was because Korean people were very active. They demanded social justice and democracy. So although he repressed freedom of speech and civil liberty a little bit, Korea was, relatively speaking, a very democratic country. So I think my personal view is that Korean experience really shows why to be becoming better citizens is necessary. It's fundamentally important for economic growth and other social development. Well, so much for that. I'm the presider, so I should not be talking too much. And now I see a question for Dr. Didi Sukiadi. So before we go to this question, are there any panelists who wants to address the first question? No, then I will go to Dr. Didi Sukiadi. Please show the question.
I cannot read the question.
Yeah, could you please show the question? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I will come here. I do not wear my glasses.
Of course.
From an Indonesian teacher question, my question is, what program will be applied to improve teachers' ability to apply student-centered learning in Indonesia? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is from an Indonesian teacher to vice rector in Indonesia.
Okay.
Okay.
There are some programs that will be done by our government to apply learner-centered in our classroom. What I know well is at the university level. At university level, in the past, we tended to use lecturing in front of the class. The professor is giving speech and the students are listening. And at the moment, at the university level, the government has required university teaching and learning processes should be done through what we call project-based and case method. And this will be assessed by the government. How many % of the subject in university which are applying case method or project-based approaches. If there are more subjects using those two approaches, and then the key performance indicators of the university will be higher. On the other way, if it is smaller, and then also the key performance indicator in the area will be lower. So it is a kind of a carrot and stick policy to encourage university lecturers to use learner-centered approach. Of course, learner-centered approach is not an issue. It's not a present issue. It's not a new issue. We are dealing this for so many times, but now because we are facing more complicated problems that have been mentioned before, the government encourage not only at the level of primary, secondary, but at the level of university to use what we call project-based and case method approach. Thank you.
Okay, since Dr. Sukiadi had floor, I think it's time to start the second round. The second round will start with in the reverse order. So please, Dr. Sukiadi.
Okay, thank you. In my understanding, global citizenship education is needed because there are one key. The one key to global citizenship education is autonomous thinkers. So in this complex universe, we need individuals who are not only able to receive knowledge and acquire skills, but we need individuals who are able to think for themselves. And this can be done through global citizenship education, because global citizenship education adds global perspective on what we call transformative learning. So global citizenship education will fit to what we call transformative learning. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now it's next is Mr. Berika Sukakis. I read in your bio that you are extremely interested in football.
Yes.
Yeah, soccer. I'm very glad to read that because I was asked by AFSEU some 15 years ago to develop a textbook, teaching material for primary school students. And we are about to have this World Cup game. So I made a teaching material, a book, based on football, soccer. So, you know, because many teachers complained that education for international understanding or global citizenship education is very new to them. They are not familiar with global issues, etc., etc. So I tried to show the teachers that you can actually start with everyday life. Right? Well, children play football, and with the football you can talk about globalization, intercultural communication and cultural diversity. You can talk about gender roles. You can talk about environment and sustainable development. You can talk about human rights, everything. And also peace, you know, in football games. All these terms are from war. You have offense, defense, strategy. But it's for peace too. So I'm very glad. Okay, go ahead.
I was thinking that our moderator was very funny and then was leading because he has some relations with football, because people who are related to football are funny people, and they have very good examples, so I have no doubt anymore. Speaking of football, you rightly mentioned that we have to use so-called La Masia tactics of Barcelona, that we are keep attacking from different standpoints to this issue. We have to tackle this issue from different standpoint, because we definitely need this global citizenship to be in our schools. The research shows that only every human after 10 years of graduating the school remembers only 3% of the subject knowledge, not more. But what we are left the school, but what we need mostly when we graduate the school is the skills. Lifelong, to be independent learners, to be independent people, and then we need the values. We need those things that we operate as humans the rest of our life. So global citizenship education is focusing on those skills and values that we need the most when we grow up, when we are out of the school, and then we behave as responsible humans. Back to the football, as I said, that global SDG goals, most of the clubs now are required to comply with SDG goals, and then to help academic football players or the grown-ups to spend responsibly all the resources they have, and to help others. You know, there's only in football we have fair play. There is no rules, but there are rules. So when your opponent is down, you go and then shake hand and ask them and help, and then throw the ball outside. So we have to teach our kids more how to take care of the others. And our household is not our world. The world is way bigger than our classroom, our household, our school, our small city. It's global. And then we humans. And the final one, we have one of Georgian writers, Natia may remember him well. He says that every human in the world sees the same dreams. So we are the same people. We share the same things, same same values and stuff. So we have to preach it more. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next.
As Ms. Berika talked about dreams, tomorrow, my tomorrow session is about dreams, and then how we are working with dreams using arts mediums, because what we say is we work with children and youth and we let them celebrate their dreams. And then that's how we connect with the audience, with the community, and then how we talk about GCED with them. I would like to share a story, like how I got to know about GCED. It was back in 2017 when UNESCO Pakistan and UNESCO APSEU did a workshop, and then from where I got to know the GCED and then the competencies and then how we can work on that. So it's been 6 years, we are still facing the question in our society from the universities, in the schools, and from the teachers that, what is GCED? So it's the very basic question, and then what I think is like, that's where we feel that there is a lot more needs to be done in the society at different levels. And so what I see is like how and what it needs to be done in future and in our space and culture. It's like what I feel is policy implementation. Again, maybe I'm repeating it, but yes, policy implementation is very important because many organizations are working at the different levels in their own capacities, but we need to work on one center goal from the governments, from the local governments, and at the grassroots level organizations and CSOs. Second is we need to, it's equitable access. We need to prioritize access to quality education in underserved areas and addressing socioeconomic disparities in Pakistan. Yes, the levels actually stops us to access the knowledge, access to the quality education. Third is what needs to be done is we need more community engagements, and that's where we see that arts play a very vital role in that, engaging the communities, where they feel, where they feel more connected with you, and talks about the very certain or very high level issues. Fourth, the last one is integration of arts in education. That needs to be also done to see a better future, and then how we can work on that together. As this morning, Ms. Dolan and Ms. Kerr mentioned that empathy is the center point. So if we look at it, we have experienced that empathy throughout our all programs. Arts opens you to work on empathy, to learn it, and to empower yourself. So we believe that art should be at the center point at every level, so we see the change in coming future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Umair Mushtaq. And now, Dr. Karina Menji-Ballantyne. Yeah.
Thank you. So what's the main contribution that GCED can make? I feel like a lot of these have been covered, so I just want to touch on them briefly. Firstly, GCED's not a subject or an add-on. It's a systemic changing of mindsets, of teachers, of students, of the community. If you change those mindsets, you can change the world. It doesn't seek conformity, it embraces and celebrates diversity. And as we heard earlier, it's reflective. It starts with self, and with a strong sense of self and who am I, then I can engage, empathize, and work with others. And the main point I want to make in what needs to come next and where do we go from here is that, picking up on the point that Professor Lee was making earlier, we can't just adapt something and put it into our context. GCED can and must be contextualized. And this takes time. I'm just holding up a little example here, and it was only signed off by the Director General of Education last week, so we're very proud of this. And this took the PISA Global Competence Framework. We worked with 22 schools, 3 representatives from each school for 3 years to say, yes, but what does that look like in a Queensland school? What does that look like for a school that's beginning, developing, or leading in this space? Very happy to talk to anybody about this afterwards. I was a critical friend on this project over the last 3 years. So where do we get this balance between contextualizing and the sense of urgency that Mr. Lim talked about? One of the ways that we do this, and I think you've picked up, Amara, very well on this, is by making policy or a declaration, for example. And I use here the example of the Dublin Declaration. It's just a piece of paper, like the 1974 recommendations. They're just a piece of paper. But the process of discussing it, the process of implementing it, puts GCED on the forefront. Ministers of Education, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, heads of states signed off on these documents. They were discussed intimately across the member countries, and now the Dublin Declaration, for example, looks very different in different countries across Europe, but the prioritisation came from that piece of paper. And my colleague Libby and I are very keen to start a discussion. As we know, Mr. Lim, we're looking to do a similar process here in the Asia-Pacific region, and we're very keen to talk to anybody who is interested in that conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kessel, yes.
Thank you very much. So many great points have been made. I'm going to circle back to I think, some interesting approaches or tools that have come up. Sports, we talked about, and arts, and in particular, link those to pedagogies. How do we learn? And I think those are 2 really good examples. And one of the specific things I wanted to sort of highlight is some of you may be aware that UNESCO is in the process of finalizing a new framework for culture and arts education. And I think that's particularly exciting because it's being done through, of course, an inclusive and participatory process, working with our member states and lots of different stakeholders. But the idea really is that I think we all acknowledge that we're missing opportunities by not incorporating more arts and culture in our education systems and approaches. And so this, I think, and particularly delighted to have Omer here on the panel sharing his experiences in particular, but it means everything from considering museums and cultural heritage sites as places of learning, getting out of the classroom and sort of experiencing arts and culture as a way of learning and linking that back to global citizenship education in particular. Beyond pedagogies, I think the point around curriculum that I'd like to make, again, the acquisition of not, of course, just knowledge, but skills, values, so happy to hear that referenced many times today, and competencies to enable learners to build the world that we envisage. And one example that I wanted to share in particular, some of you may be aware that since 1964, like that was when I was born even, that's a long time ago, UNESCO has been supporting a project around the general history of Africa, and some of you may be aware of that. But it's interesting because the idea really is to try and respond to the challenge of reconstructing Africa's history, freeing it from the racial prejudices ensuing from the slave trade and colonization, and promoting a genuine and owned African perspective. And I think that for us, the general history of Africa opens up enormous opportunities for, as you say, building this mindset around global citizenship education as well. So that was just one example that I wanted to share, because I think it's exciting that the general history of Africa process is now moving into more of a phase of finding and developing tools that can support member states to actually implement it and reflect it in curricula. Teachers, lots of people have talked about teachers as a critically important center for the transformation that we're talking about, and recognizing this. Just want to acknowledge, which so many of us I think have stressed throughout the day, the importance of teachers' development and autonomy, enabling their participation in public debate on education and the design of policies and programs. In that regard, also we've just published a guide at UNESCO that seeks to assist teachers from Africa in preparing and designing lessons about atrocity crimes, including genocide. So Rwanda, for example, comes to mind. And the complex histories that need to be navigated in classroom discussions, and I think we can all see the obvious connections to GCED for that. And then finally, schools themselves remain this critical, essential educational setting. I'm going to get to non-formal and informal in a minute, but schools themselves are still really critical. And above all, to succeed in promoting the transformation that we're talking about, we need to also make sure that schools are safe places to learn. And unfortunately, that's too often still not the case. There's still lots of violence and bullying that occurs in schools, as well as other forms of violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, school-related gender-based violence. And until we address that and make sure that schools are safe places and supportive places for learners to learn, we're going to have challenges in terms of realizing our aspirations when it comes to global citizenship education. We have a recent publication in particular on addressing hate speech through education. And if you haven't seen that or become familiar with that, please let me know and I'll be happy to talk about that. And then finally, just to acknowledge the non-formal and informal education, I'm so happy to hear the acknowledgement of lifelong learning as a critical part of what certainly we at UNESCO, and I know some member of our member states also embrace, which is that learning needs to happen throughout life, not just in formal education. So those are just a few reflections, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, finally.
Right. Yes, so finally, I began and I am ending. Yes, so it appears we are doing pretty well with global citizenship education within the school system. But I believe we need to intentionally extend this conversation at the family level, at the community level as well. So that, because we know that learning happens outside the classroom, and global citizenship education competences are also developed outside the classroom. So at the family level, for instance, what is the conversation on the table? What have you done today for someone else? I mean, if kids come back from school and we are having dinner, were you able to support anybody in school, on your way to school, on your way back, so that we intentionally engage families to have conversations about how to develop ourselves to become more peaceful as a family. Then we extended, Africa, for instance, we believe strongly in communal living. So through communal living, how are we having this conversation at that level? But more specifically, the ultimate goal of global citizenship education is peaceful coexistence with each other. And peaceful coexistence with each other must begin at the personal level. Once I get it at the personal level, it's easy to move it on to the next levels. Then we also intentionally attempt to move away from individual visions to shared visions. So even at the family level, at the school level, in various sectors of the economy, business, religion, education, politics, how do we translate one's personal vision to shared vision so that we all embrace it and move away from I to we? And again, many African countries love the Ubuntu philosophy. I am because you are. This is traditional to many African countries. So again, if we begin to promote some of these traditional philosophies, we are getting closer to benefiting for global citizenship education. Sometimes we make it look too big and too high at the topmost level without breaking it down to the very local level, family, communities, and all that. And then finally, we also have to have the conversation on the table, again, at the family level, about how to manage emotions. Because if we learn how to manage emotions at the individual level, and we extend this to the family level, community level, various levels of the community, then we are getting closer to achieving global peace. Because most of the problems that we are having move around one person's inability to manage emotions and all that. And finally, this has been said already, let us continuously promote empathy within education. Let us promote values-driven education, and I believe that together we can make it. It is possible, and together we can make it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, the global is also in the family we can find. And listening to Mr. Kessler's mention of this, the African History Project of UNESCO, which are huge volumes, I'm very ashamed to say that we tried to translate it into Korean several times, but we failed. We couldn't get the funding. But I will try again, because we are the Koreans, I think it's not only Koreans, but we are so ignorant about other cultures, other people. We know something about the United States, UK, France, Germany, but we are so ignorant about our neighbors and especially Africa. When we are compiling a book on this education for international understanding, my close colleague, well, he's an anthropologist who did his fieldwork in Africa. He suggested putting this episode into the text. Well, he graduated from Seoul National University, a very prestigious one, and went to study to the United States to study at Berkeley, University of California. And Berkeley has an excellent engineering college, so many of the brightest and best Korean students also go to Berkeley. When they heard that my colleague was leaving for Africa to do his fieldwork, they gave him a small, farewell party. And one of these Korean students, well, he's one of the best students in Korea, he came to him and asked, by the way, where did Tarzan, Tarzan, where did Tarzan live in Africa? Well, that's the miserable state of these are Korean elites, the best and the brightest. Yeah, they are professors at Seoul National University and others. But we are so ignorant about these people. And I think global education, citizenship education is a long way to go. Yeah, by the way, we have several questions. And can you read them, or should I read them for you? Well, I think there was another question about internet. Yeah, please go up. Well, actually, from my memory, I think there was a question. Well, not all the countries are equipped, do not enjoy the infrastructure to access internet. And now it's here. So how can transformative learning initiatives be effectively implemented in a country with limited internet access to promote critical empowerment among its citizens, considering the challenges posed by the lack of online resources and connectivity? Korea is a country where we have extremely good internet service, but not all countries are like that. And sometimes you cannot use internet on school or classroom. So this question was about what can we do in a situation where we have limited internet access. Anybody wants to respond? Yes.
All right, so I come from Ghana, and there are many places in Ghana with limited internet connectivity. What we do is to contextualize global citizenship education. So what works in the UK or what it means in the UK, what it means in the United States, may be different from what it means in this place in Ghana. At the end of the day, as I said initially, the ultimate goal is to promote world peace through peaceful family systems and peaceful community systems and peaceful national systems. So no internet. It doesn't mean we cannot engage and have the conversation about global citizenship education. Again, if we make it appear that global citizenship education, the word global sometimes could be deceptive. It could mean do whatever everybody is doing globally. But that is not the point. The point is, in your context, how are you promoting peace? Amongst yourself, how are you promoting peace? How do you understand global issues to the extent that you wouldn't make it affect your local area so much? So global peace could mean A, B, and C, but you need that peaceful environment at your local level to be able to speak the language. So I guess my point is, with or without internet, let us engage, let us have the conversation at our level. You may not even get to know what is happening in other places. I mean, if internet is so bad and you are not getting the opportunity to read, but make it happen in your context. And then when internet connectivity gets better, then you can relate with what is happening around the world. So create your own peaceful environment, no matter the conditions, no matter the situations. You can do it in your own context, in your own language, within your own cultural settings. And again, it is possible, it can be done.
Thank you very much. I think this satisfies the question. Okay, can you go to the next question? Also, this next question is addressed not to any specific panelist. Can you move to the next question? Yeah. Move down. Down. Yes. Yeah. This is from a Korean teacher. The question is, we often feel uneasy with uncertainty, but we are going through an era of uncertainty. How can we encourage ourselves and younger generation to remain open-minded and constructive under such circumstances of current crisis and uncertainty? Any good specific examples of pedagogy or education project? I cannot read the next, but I think obviously our teacher feels great personal and social crisis. Okay, we have a volunteer. Yeah.
It's been already mentioned here that the teachers are role models of the students, and most of us, especially elementary level, we copied some of our behaviors from our teachers. So it is very hard now to run the class of 30, 35 students. But when the best example the teachers can give to their students is to engage them in the learning process, to have learner-centered classrooms, where the kids are working in their open spaces and then working as like a society. I was introduced to the new model of the Finnish education system when they have open spaces, and the students from the age of the second graders, fifth graders, 10th graders are working together on the projects. So they act like a community, because our traditional schools, unfortunately, do not prepare students for the future life, because there are 8th graders, 9th graders, 10th graders, and then that's the old school model. But if we change the setup of our learning system, what we did in Georgia, that we introduced multidisciplinary projects to 20 pilot schools. We are a second grader, fifth grader, eighth grader, and 10th grader are working together on the same project. We are the students, older students know how to treat the younger ones, and then the younger ones how to treat the older ones. And then this is a kind of a micro model of the regular society where we act. So if the teachers have a trouble, I don't know about Korea, but in every country I went, the teachers have a problem. They consume more than 70% of the instructional time. From 60 to 70%, it's one teacher is talking all the time, and 30% for 30 kids. And then can you imagine that they are not involved in the process? They are left out of educational process. So if the teacher gives the ball to the students, and on the other half of with the students, then he can relax, and then he can moderate the learning process. But the teachers, most of the time, in most of the countries, they think that that will ruin their authority. If the teachers will be, the students will be more engaged in the learning process. But after 6th class, the teachers are drained, they have zero energy. But if you give them ball, and then if you let them play, after 6th class you will be joyful, you will be full of energy, and what is more, students will be engaged in the learning process. So that would be my suggestion. And it's not from the books. We tried in the practical settings, and then one of the students said after this presenting the project, she said, I did not know that learning process could be so joyful and funny. Then the teacher seemed very, physically in shape after this the project. So that would be my.
Thank you very much for this wonderful process. And, I think you have another volunteer. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, and then.
Okay. So, well, it's very interestingly, I would like to share one of our projects which we did named Equally Loud. It was on the gender-based violence, and we were talking about how the gender discrimination in the society, how we can, talk about it, how we can initiate dialogue in the society using film as a medium. So this was one project. What we did is we worked with the university students, which where in our culture, in our society, it's very difficult for women to talk about sensitive issues, or maybe which are considered the taboos or stereotypes, maybe the periods of the woman, and then how they feel the pain during the pregnancy or something. It's very, you can say, it's just, taboos in the culture. So what we did is like how we can talk about it. So what we did, we engaged them in a conversation where we just said that we are going to make films. That's it. We were not about to talk about anything else. We designed a workshop with them for 15 days where they were just getting through the process to learn how to make films, how to use the equipment, how to use the camera with the basics. And after like 15 days, we asked a simple question in the classroom that now you know how to make films, on which topic you want to make the film. So that conversation actually led to that place where we received films on women's period. We received films on where male dancing in the public, just as self-expression, because it's in our society, it's different. And we very sensitive topics. Female riding a bike in our society, yes, it's there. So we received films on very, very interesting things. And we were amazed to see that when we started to showcase those, with the consent, obviously, we started to showcase those films in the community and with their parents. And we did some public showcases where we involved the politicians and policymakers in that sessions. And they were all amazed to see, oh, okay, so we are talking about some things. So in the similar ways, what I feel is like these topics can definitely be talked about using different art mediums. And very importantly, that it's just like how you initiate the conversation, how you initiate the dialogue, which actually gives them that space which they feel is very safe for them, and they talk about it. Thank you.
If I may just pick up on both of those points, as part of developing the framework, each school undertook an action-based research, and we then went in focus groups and talked to the teachers. We had a teacher who burst into tears saying, "I have taught for 20 years and now I enjoy it." It was the most amazing moment. But to pick up on your point of making this uncertainty concrete, just a very simple example of an undertaking that we do is working with young children when there is a conflict in an area, unfortunately like Gaza Strip at the moment. That is huge to get your head around, to understand the politics and everything like that. If you have a conversation around with your grade 5 children and you say to them, "How do you feel about the fact that the grade 6 students always get the sunshade at lunchtime? How do you feel about that?" And they will respond that they get angry, they get frustrated, why can't it be shared? That's a conflict over territory. And so there you have a way to address what is a very complex issue. You could have a conversation about a soccer ball. The grade 6s are always hogging the soccer ball. That's a conflict over resources. So making it concrete, you can make it age appropriate and less uncertainty.
Well, thank you very much for your fascinating examples. Well, when I attended the UNESCO pre-summit last year, somebody said that teachers is important for transforming education. Everybody gave her huge hand. But at the same time, I thought teacher is extremely important. But at the same time, I think teachers are the problem. I'm saying this because I have been a teacher for the last 30 years. And I could say I don't know, very frankly. Well, almost at the end of the career of my teaching, I think it's extremely important to say I don't know, because teacher cannot know everything. And so I was brave enough to open a course on artificial intelligence. Well, I'm a cultural anthropologist, and what can I know about artificial intelligence? But I had some financial support from outside. I and my colleague, we opened this course. And we advertised this course, so a huge crowd appeared. And I told them, I and my colleague, we know very little about artificial intelligence. The students were shocked. But we said, well, teaching what you know, that anybody can do. I will let you realize what a university is. We are studying together. We are learning together what we do not know. I will invite so-called specialists, and we will study together. And we called the specialists. They gave a 1-hour lecture, and I and my colleague began to ask very stupid questions, very basic questions. But, well I said stupid, but I don't know I know very little about artificial intelligence, but I'm not actually that stupid. I have a PhD degree in another field, so I consider myself a little bit smart. But because we do not know, we have to ask these questions. And that made, I think, tremendous difference because, these smart kids, university kids, they always try to ask smart questions. They do not really ask what they really want to know, what they are really curious about, what they really suspect. So the course turned out to be a terrific success. But I think it's very important for the teachers to acknowledge that the extent of their knowledge and competence and work together with the students because this is information age. There are books and lectures and all this data on the internet. So the role of the teachers should change. And the teachers should not feel threatened about this progress of knowledge. We can work together always. I think time is really up, so I will end this session with a little advertisement. This conference is amazing. We are talking about transformative education or transforming education or transformative learning, right? We are focused on global citizenship education. And I learned that in the morning, Mr. Kessel mentioned in his welcoming speech that global citizenship education is at the core of this transformative education. Is that correct? Yeah. So I thought the UNESCO published a report in the last conference, this Reimagining Our Futures Together. And this is full of interesting, fascinating ideas and visions. And also there's a tremendous importance about the global citizenship education, how we have to rethink our schools and how we have to bring together higher education and lifelong education, and how we have to emphasize global citizenship education in lifelong education. So I talked with the Minister of Education, and I'm talking with the head of this APSEU so that we can hold a meeting, international meeting, next year after the United Nations Transformative Education Summit to start a serious international meeting about how to implement the ideas and visions in the UNESCO report and how to put global citizenship education really at the center of this huge effort. So I ask you to give support and show interest and participate in this challenging endeavor. Right. With that, I think time is up and dinner is waiting. So if there's anybody who has to say something now, please speak up. Otherwise, we'll go to dinner. Okay, so we'll go to dinner. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.